That's taken care of. Rules development. Let's add some critters to our game. Oops, that's not my link. Wah, 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 wah. Game dev. Day of. Okay, looks good. Do. You ever played Morrowind? And you're cheating with boots of blinding speed. Do. It's pretty accurate. I mean, part of what makes Morrowind so fun though is just how much you can cheese it, and the ways in which you can, you know, cheese it with your build or with your strategies. In my opinion, that's what makes part of what makes it fun. Oh, there they are. We just had the lime, so I was looking for the strawberry. Strawberry. We might do some. We'll see. We'll see about doing like Pacific Drive today. Depends on how much work we have to do. I want to add the critters that we were taking a look at yesterday, or I was at least thinking of doing that today. Because we nav meshed up the entire place, so we should be able to throw in some critters with some AI and have them run around. Got a whiff of the dust. And then if we can get the critters in, that'll mean that we should... Oh man, I don't know how we would do it. Because right now we have like the ingredient, right, which you interact with to pick it up. I wonder how we would do loot for the critters. I could just make it automatically go in the player's inventory. Well, I don't like that, because like you can do really long range attacks. Personally, I would prefer more a system where if the player gets close enough, they just vacuum up the loot. More casual. Keeps you in the game, right? Okay, let's shake it up. This one gets really clumpy though. You have to give it some time. It's kind of hard to see, but there's like just big clumps of the flavoring. Well, it should dissipate over time. I'll just let it sit for a little while. I can handle it. Alright, let's get moving forward. Oh god, I have to do a 30-second plank. I forgot to do that yesterday. Damn it. Alright, let me do the plank real quick while it's loading up. Are we in the right, we have nav meshed. Did we push this nav mesh? No, we didn't. Let me do this first. I'm just gonna switch over. Merge in the nav mesh. Gonna make a new branch. Adding in critters. Alright, and then we'll load it up. and while it's loading and the music is going hard, I will do my plank. Okay, 30-second plank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Oh. Ooh, I don't know why that one was so rough. Oh. Because it's Friday. Ooh, no, or I'm just dying. I'm just dying, chat. Not even 30 yet. Oh, what am I doing to myself? Hey, Saint Unicorn Kitty. We are adding in critters. At least I'm hoping to. I'm gonna buy... To start, I'm gonna buy one of those. Oh, I have to check too because they might be on sale. There is a big Unreal sale going on right now for assets. I'm gonna double check if there's anything that we know we want or need. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I think it's gonna look really cool and it's gonna add out. You know, right now they're just gonna like run away from the player if they get too close, but it's gonna add a lot of movement in life, and I'm pretty excited. Oh my god, it has to build navigation every time I load up the the map. Boy. Okay, well, we'll just let it do that in the background then. I guess that's gonna be a thing from now on. Unfortunately, such is the way of development, right? I have drink mix just stuck to the bottom. Okay, it's coming off. Yeah, March sale is here, 50%, save 50% on select products now through March 21st. Oh boy. Oh, it opened up in a different, okay. You don't think the orbital market shows the sale, does it? I don't know. That easy survival RPG we were looking at yesterday is on sale for 50% off. It is now only $175 to basically have a completely working survival RPG game. Wow. Like, it even has dialogue and quest system. Customization. Insane. Just absolutely insane stuff. Ooh. Is this the day that we get distracted? Oh, I really like the... See, this is something that's like kind of like cottagecore. Which is a word that I didn't know existed until kind of like recently, but this like cottagecore aesthetic that I fucking love. I absolutely love it. If somebody offered me $1 million or to be able to live in a house like this, I would take the house every time. And I'd probably start going crazy and like singing at the little bees and creatures living in my garden. And I'd be okay with that. Yeah, there's some nice stuff here. Just turn it, exactly, I would just turn it into a Disney princess. Like, fuck it. Can't tell me not to. Fantasy hand-drawn art style medieval icons. There's some nice little stuff in that. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Wait, what is Kawaii UI? Delightful collection of charming, rounded user interface sounds designed to... Oh my god. No, don't get this. No, we need to look for the creatures if they're on sale. Nothing else. But maybe. Unfortunately, they did have a sale not too long ago, and I didn't buy them then, so it's like maybe they're probably not going to be on sale. I sort by sale, discounted. Only one is the muscle animal. That's fine. So I'm thinking we buy one of the forest monster packs. Can I search just by forest? Monstrous Forest pack. So we either buy this one, which I think has some nice stuff, although I kind of prefer the animals in this one, at least for now. They are really cute. They really are. I'm excited to see them hopping. I don't think they have sounds, unfortunately, but I'm excited to see them hopping around. Yeah, we might have to adjust some of the... Well... We can make different types of AI. Like, some of these could just kind of ignore the player, some of them could run away from the player, some of them could just... You know, who knows? Who knows? For now, though, we can just get them hooked up to any AI, and, come on, drink mix. No? Okay. Okay. Aggress a little. Oh, yeah, no, it is what it is. The slimes are pretty cute. This will at least give us... just dead. We're gonna be, you know, these will be the first things that we'll be able to attack with our potions. I know it's kind of sad that we're killing cute things with potions, but, it is what it is. It dance to death. Yeah, that's exactly it. This asset did not come with the script and tune shader. What tune shader? But we'll check it out. 40 bucks. But it is all these creatures fully animated, so... And they each have their own unique animations, right? They kind of share like some things, but each of the character types does have its own animation, which is nice. So yeah, let's give it. Let's try it out. Monstrous Forest 2. Let me open it up in the Epic Launcher. Add to cart. Anything here on sale? The RTS camera system, that was for... I was looking at that for a different game that we were making. Nothing else is on sale. Do we think we need anything else? Just, you know, while there's a sale, maybe there's some stuff. Fishing... The thing is, I looked at the fishing minigames on here and they weren't that great. They were all kind of like 3D based and they were pretty bad. I'd rather just make something myself. If there were some sounds, maybe I would. Use net. Net could be fun. Let's see. March sale. Can I filter these by sounds? Search tags. Sound effects. Adventure music in sound pack? I don't know. Magic spells and hits. I did do the plank. Can confirm. How was your Helldivers yesterday? Demo. 74 sound effects for UI and gameplay element. I wish they had a list. Tense, they really fucked the balance. 1,000,001 hunters. They fucked up balance. I like how they put 319 highly usable sounds. Well, I would hope that they're usable. Or are you gonna say like 319 highly usable sounds and 100 kind of usable ones? Yeah, they're not just usable, they are highly usable. Free sound can work. The only thing that I hesitate to use like free sounds with is that they aren't mastered usually. So oftentimes, usually, hopefully, when you buy a sound pack like this, they are all around the same audio level. So when you implement them, you can have, you don't have weird sound differences. That's one of the reasons. Another reason is that, well, that's the big one. That is the biggest one in my opinion. The thing is, like, this is magic spells, not necessarily... I don't know how much of this could be used for, like, potion effects, you know, when you throw them or whatever. Maybe some of it. Like, if you combine, like, a bottle-breaking sound with one of these. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Also, how did we not talk about the Battlefront? this Star Wars Battlefront stuff. Did you guys see that? Everybody's had to see that, right? A 19%. They only had 3 servers on launch. each with 64 players maximum. So you had 10,000 people trying to play to get into 3 servers with 64 people allowed. That's not even a joke. I might add that. Where was that? What was that called? It was called like shit. $25. We could do it. Another. This wasn't even a botched launch. This was not. It was dead before it even arrived. Like it didn't even die under the weight of its own players. Like you could say Helldivers did or Last Epoch did, right? That was just the sheer number of people trying to get into the game. This was the game. Was never intended to even have more than 200 players. Mr. Phoebo. Like how did they fuck up that badly? There's no way that their wish lists were so low that they're like, yeah, 3 servers of 64 people, that should cover it. Oh, pistol bad after being complete for 1 hour. Okay, I'll get these 2. $65. Let me buy it. We'll use the sounds eventually. I won't do the sounds right now. Not yet, but we will do it eventually. Because the thing is... Okay, sounds are important. I don't think they're super crucial to our game at the moment. Yet. I don't even need to look it up. $68. Wait. I don't even know if I have enough in my bank account for that. Well, we'll see, I guess. We should have it. Okay, where's my forest creatures? Monsters Forest 2. I think we just add everything to the project. Let's see how big it is. 51 megabytes? Holy, optimized. Let's fucking go. Oh my god, I was worried it'd be like a few hundred megabytes at least. Just can't kill me. God damn it. Okay, it's a skeletal mesh. How do we get these to have AI? Can you give me that pig animation somehow? I have a friend that will die. Well, I don't know if I can give you the animation, because it would be an Unreal asset. Yeah, I don't think I can give AI classes to these. So they would need a controller. So I would have to make separate... Let me see. I think I would have to make a Separate blueprint. Animals. It would have to be like a pawn. I can't, well, like, you could send, yeah, you could send them like a clip of it, but it's an Unreal asset, so I can't like copy and paste an animation from there unless it's an Unreal. Because they're all binary. Oh, why is that still open? They're all binary U asset files. How even are them? Oh, they're there. These are all .u assets. Baby pig. I want to know what to name pawns. UE5 style guide. Let's see what we name pawns. Spawn. Expose on spawn. No, I want. Would it literally just be BP? I guess so. I guess you don't differentiate. Becoming a Solana trader? Solana? What? It's a Solana trader. EP Big Bore A. You call it that, but I need... Or... One. Let me see how this should look. I think we just add a skeletal mesh. ABP bore ran. Oh, that's the animation class. Hold on. Now, where can we set up the controller? You think it needs a character movement controller component? Probably does. Character. Or does it need to be a parent class character? Get the crypto. You doing crypto? Maybe it should be a character, not a pawn. You'll have to forgive me, this is the first time I'm doing this too. EP bore 1. Yeah, but if I do that, the problem is that this inherits that stupid ass capsule component. shit. No, I have fallen into this hole before. Yeah, but there's also a separate issue, I believe, with this. I think it's the reason why we don't want to inherit from the character parent class. Shit. Oh, I don't remember. We need some way to move it, and the character movement works for that. Shit, I need one of my friends here who specializes in this kind of stuff. I'm gonna see if he's online. Damn it, he's not online. Damn it. Yeah, we're just gonna have to figure it out. Because we want the character movement component, because this will just allow it to... It will just work. The problem is that we don't want this capsule collision necessarily. We want collision based on the mesh itself. But there was, I can't remember exactly what, because it was like 1 or 2 years ago I tried doing something similar, and I remember this capsule component being a huge asshole. But we'll try it with this at least for now. Yeah. What if I make one based on pawn? It really should be pawn, I believe. Or maybe there's a separate subclass that would work well for this. Maybe I could just load up a separate project with some animals and see if they have... Let's see what they do. Does this come with AI? This farm animals pack. Can we look up a small tutorial for animal AI? I just want to see what... Guys? Yes, what's up, guys? I just want to see what character, or what class he uses. Classic. Classic. Thank you, Huge Cookie. How you doing today? See, this is using that parent class character as well. And you still have that capsule component. So the problem is that one of the problems is that the collision testing for navigation is going to be based on that parent, that capsule component, not the mesh of the animal itself. And it gets really wonky. And I'd like to find a way to not have that be the case. Parent class character. It still has that. I mean, maybe this is the way to do it. Maybe it's just you work around the capsule component. Everybody's using it, apparently. Yep, it's got the capsule component. I don't know, maybe it just is what it is. It is what it is. Should it just idle? How do I like just get it on the ground? I mean, it is using like ABP Big Bore Random. Is there a... literally just random sequence player? I need a better animation blueprint here. It isn't just grabbing random. Can I just copy this? I've never worked with animation blueprints before. Great, this is gonna be a fun ride. Okay, how do we do this? Output pose. Random sequence player, no, I want... How do we do this? Can I just, for now, can I just get the idle pose? I don't even know what nodes to use. Animation. Poses. Sequences. Play idle. It is now hovering in the air, idling. Okay. Okay. As a start. I mean, maybe it needs, like, some variables so we can tell it if movement is 0 to... Yeah, if, like, velocity is 0, we just play idle, right? You guys can't really see it. Maybe I can move my camera. In the bottom left here, like velocity, ground speed, should move, is falling. We don't have a falling animation for these animals, so at the very least we can just set up like velocity, ground speed, and the references too would be nice. Oh, I see. Locomotion, up pose, okay. Alright, we'll figure it out. Entry, idle, walk, run. And these are separate. I think I can see that in here if I like change the ground speed. Yeah, you can see that here, so okay. Do 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 do. So how do I do this? How do I... Can I just copy it? Should move. Ground speed, float. Ground speed. And a vector for velocity. How angry is this going to get if I just... if I just copy it. Oh. They're out of date. Okay, wonderful. How do I set up its animations? How do I, like, tell it which animations to use? Output animation pose. Idle. Sequence. Idle. I don't know if they bound these to anything either. No, not really. It's just kind of idling there. Compile error. Oh, he's idling now. Okay, that's one step forward. Walk, run, blend space. Based on speed. This looks for a blend space. We don't have a blend, so this would just change its how fast that animation is playing, I imagine, based on the speed. Which we don't need. I mean, we don't have a blend space. So... Oh, I see. Man, it's like just a whole separate world inside of Unreal. And you can spend so much time becoming a master at any one thing, and then just there's a whole nother aspect to this engine that you never knew about. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Like there's so many editors too in this in Unreal. It's kind of scary. There's even like mesh editing and like you know, particle shit that I've never messed around with too much. How do I tell it to output that though? Because the blend space is using that. Ground speed, blend space. I have it idling. Oops, I closed it. Stupid. Kind of sad that they just kind of like didn't set up proper animation blueprints. Oh, it's based on should move. Okay, I can see it. I see that. So I guess we just get boar move. If I set should move to true, he is now moving. Okay. Step one done. Okay. Should move. We don't need the attack animation. We don't need die for now or damage. We just need him to move. Is falling. We kind of just need that. You don't even need his speed or velocity. It's just, we're just gonna update should move or not. What is this? Bird walk with lyrics? What is this? Oh my god, I cannot play this. Why do you distract me so much, Lazy Fangs? I'm gonna die. It's fine. I'm trying to figure this out. I need him to fall. I need him to actually be on the ground. But the problem is if I can't just like put him on the ground. Like I want him to have physics to some extent, right? So how do I just get him to be normal? How do I do that? I like in the character movement controller is a component. Station physics. I can set him on the ground, but I don't think that's gonna solve my problem. UE5 character floating. Is it really just the capsule? And I can move it up. Or I guess move the character down. Can I just give him some AI for now? Controller. EP animal controller. He just fucking zoomed off. I mean, it's working. Just kind of zoomed away. He's not gonna play any animations at the moment, but still just running. He's just zooming. So dumb. Where's he going? You're at the end of the line, buddy. It's the wall. You hit the wall. It's so dumb. I'll fix it. It's my only problem. I think would he even fall if I just put him above ground? I guess he does. Okay, let's see. Let me fix the capsule completely. I hate that stupid capsule. Okay, change speed of character. Set cooldown. Character movement, new speed. Is new speed set here at 1000? Nice. Just idling away there. Yeah, how do I update his... his animation blueprint? Like, how do I actually make it so its speed is determining its animation that's playing? Because it works for this character, right? How do we grab that info? Update animation, I see. This is how. In fact, we probably can just copy and paste this stuff in. Do promote to variable character. Rename it. Do 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 do. Times. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I can tell if he's using the, maybe I need to set his speed a bit higher than 10. But I don't want him to, like, run away. I want to watch him. Should just be playing that animation though, so clearly not functional. Set velocity, main states. You just need to update the should move. How do we... Okay, ground speed is greater than 3. We set ground speed here. Can I watch this value? Yeah, he's moving at 20. Should be set to true, right? Why is that not true? At current acceleration. Okay. Can I just plug that in for now? Oh no. It's so cute. Look. He's hopping. Oh my god. He's trying chat, okay? Look, he's giving it his all. He's just a little porky. Alright, don't judge him. He's doing everything he can with that flower on his head weighs a lot. And that soon that will be your flower. When you can throw potions at him, that flower's gonna be yours. Okay. Okay, well that is working. Let's see. How fast do I want their movement speed to actually be? $500 was clearly too much, so I'm thinking maybe something more along the lines of 100. Like, I don't want them to be zooming away super quickly, but I do want them to be faster than that. Also kind of small, isn't he? I feel like he could be scaled up. It's actually kind of cute. It's actually kind of cute. Just that little flower bobbing up above him. I actually, I forget it's got the goose sounds on there. God damn it, Cotsper. Goose sound. Where did he put that goose sound? Where is it? Because what are these blueprints? My God, is this what traditional coders make when they make blueprints? What is this mess? Okay, I do want the speed. Maybe let's try 300. So this is Sparta. It was 500 before, it just felt like it was too fast. Yeah, that's okay. Damn it, that honky. Mercenary Mage, thank you so much for the raid. 57 people! Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Raiders. Hey, Mercenary Mage. It's been a while since I spoke to you. How are you doing? How's the game going? You doing good? It is a Friday. It is a Friday. What are you making? I'm working on some animal stuff. We have our Mr. Porky here with the flower. We're saving packages. Thank you very much, Unreal. And I'm just trying to get some AI set up for him so that that he runs away from the player if he gets too close. Making sure all the animations are working right. It does seem to be it's really cute. It's just that little bobbing flower on his head. It's great. I love it. Pedal Pig Crossroads. Welcome. How are you doing today? It is pretty great. Can you harvest the flower? Yes. So that's part of what the potion growing is going to do is and maybe there will be a non-violent way to harvest the flower. I think that would be nice too. So you can throw a potion at him and collect the meat, or you could find a non-violent way. Maybe you can like farm them. You can do some animal husbandry. The flower's connected to its frontal cortex, lobotomizing the piggy. Oh no. I do need him to kind of roam around. He kind of checks if the player is really close. Run EQS. Cooldown. Line point. Speed of character. I don't know. I think it would be nice if there was a non-violent way to harvest the piggy's flower and let it grow back over time. That way you can be nice to the animals. Speed. Yeah, what's the EQS request? Far point from player. Okay, that's just choosing the new location. Where are we grabbing if the player is getting too close, though? Last player location. A little down. I don't like Final Fantasy 14 tonight, so I'm thinking about playing something else. Not sure what yet. What kind of games do you like? Are we grabbing the place? Is it in the end? I bet it's in here. Yeah, we check site. Stimulus location. One of my friends set this up for me, so I'm trying to figure out how he did this. EQS. Depends how you feel. I get that. Find point nearby. Wonder what point. I wish I could debug the point that he's going to. Because he should run far away from the player and then just go back to idling. But it's kind of hard to see. Oh, okay, he is. He should just kind of roam around back there. I could just spawn something that showed me. Just draw a debug point. Yeah, he's working. If the player gets too close, it should, oops, I tried to press tilde, I pressed escape. Classic. I mean, I could also just set the pig far away from the player at the start so that he roams around. Like sim games, farming games, games that form stories as you play. Go and click sometimes. Did you try the demo for... I know it's just a demo, but did you try the demo for Echoes of Plum Grove? Yeah, he's roaming around over there. Be able to sneak up on him and chuck a potion his way. Ah! He got scared. Yeah, I played the demo. It was really fun. That can distract you for like an hour or two. Okay, so if we're using this, can I somehow copy the animation blueprint and make it? Because like all this we can keep the same. All this will be the same for any of our other animals. The only thing that changes is the idle animation that's playing and the we can bind this value, the animation, to a variable. Can I like then make the variable instance editable? I can. So I might be able to make a generic animal animation blueprint. And then where can I adjust that from? Let me try doing that. Let's bind this to a new variable. Idle anim. Instance editable. I'm going to do the same for the movement animation. Now the cool thing is, all of these also have attack animations, damage animations, and death animations. So when we make the player actually able to deal damage and kill the cute little animals, we do have the animations for it. Movement. I'll just do move anim, the name. It's crazy, Mercenary Mage. Just dropped 57 people in my lap here. Welcome, new people, if you're here, and you know, hopefully you're having fun on this Friday. It is Friday, right? Okay, it is. Sometimes I wake up and I think it's the day before. We'll pretend that it's the age. Okay, I can rename this to something more generic. ABP animal. I might move that too into my alchemy here. So I think what I could do, maybe make the BP boar just a generic BP animal. I get the mesh. Skeletal mesh. Set skeletal mesh asset. The non-kill method is to feed the pig, so it brings you a flower the next day. I like that. You don't need to know where it got the flower, just know that it will continue to bring you flowers like the one on its head. Unless you keep giving it noms. I like that. I think leaning into the non-kill options too is really nice. I mean, maybe you need the pork. We have a little blood on its snout. Oh no. Is it killing like a flower animal to get the flower? It's like you get to wash your hands of the blood, but the poor little pig gets to be the murderer. Oh no. Animal mesh. We promote this instance editable. Boar. I mean, it is not you killing it. I mean, that's true. Not bad. Piglet's actually quite violent. It brings you the flower of a fallen foe. You guys have been playing too much Power World recently. Which is not a bad thing. Boar 1. Animal. Yeah, some of these are off-center. That's my only problem if I do just a generic BP animal. I mean, I guess I could move it. But then we have just weird... I don't know. I might just make separate ones and just copy it. I could do a select. Promote to vary. Can I make a integer or type with an E, please? Or type with an E, integer, slider range 1 to 3, value range 1 to 3. Or I'll do 0 to 2 to make the select a bit easier. You didn't play Power World. That's pretty surprising. I feel like everybody played Power World. How many players does it even have still? $70,000. Wow. That's crazy. Didn't interest me. That's fair. You might like the, you might like to... For some reason, everybody loves Depresso in Power World. His animations are absolutely ridiculous. He just, wait, is this gonna be the animation of him, like, walking and working? Oh, and I need that Depresso animation of him just working. Of him mining. He just drags stuff on the ground. He is pretty great. I can't find like a... There were like a million GIFs of him before. Depresso mining. I'm gonna look it up on Twitter. Yeah. It's just me. This is me on Mondays, right? He's pretty great. You have to be careful scrolling on Twitter, because ooh, you never know what you're gonna find when you scroll. You could look up the most cute things in existence on Twitter, and then oops, there's a naked person. Okay, instance editable. At the very least, what I can do is just set up the boar properly. And then you can just drag the boar type modifier. Where is it? Oh, there it is. So I can set up which boar I want. Now, at the very least, the ABP animal should function correctly. And when we set up the animation blueprint here, how can we edit it? I made some instance editable parameters. Where can I determine that? Animal class. Probably just have to grab the animation blueprint and set that up. Yeah, it may just be that I have to create copies of the animation blueprint for the different animals. Kind of unfortunate. I was hoping just to have one, but it is what it is. It's fine. Okay. You know, I'm gonna load up a separate map to test these in as well, just to be safe, because it's really hard to see everything in this map. Let me just make a new level. Basic. We'll hope it works. Let me see if I get any errors. No, okay. Add a nav mesh here. Okay, perfect. Should be able to pull in the boar. Good. Perfect. Let's make 2 more boars. I'll make 1 of each type. They're choosing the same point. They shouldn't be choosing the same points. Are they? Like they're instances of the controller. Kind of weird. Yeah, why are they acting so weird? Run EQS query on a regular basis. Well, that's if they're scared, but they're not scared, so they should just be finding a point nearby. Generating a random... Is it like synced up for some reason? It might be synced between... Well, none of these values are set as instance synced. Oh, wait time is instance synced. Why is that? I could change this. Oh, that's the NPC nav point. We need to make a new task of finding a random point in range. Because for some reason, I feel like this EQS query is being synced somehow. Not sure. If I get them to run away and then go back to being idle. Let me do that. Let me do that again without running off the edge of the world. Okay, run away. Different directions, please. Guys. Okay. Different directions. Now go back to being idle. You are running towards me. Yeah, it's weird. It's like they're... I don't know, there's something weird with this, with these EQS queries. Then they just run right back to me. Yeah, there's something weird going on here. I mean, that one's just stuck. Let me not have that be synced. Shit. God damn it. It's something weird. I don't know, maybe I'll just make new, tasks. Fuck it. New task. Find random point. Event. Receive, execute AI. Hit random point. In navigable radius. Controlled pawn. World location. Can I not get the world location? Hit actor location. Origin, radius. Set blackboard value as vector. Random point. Finish, execute. Success. Find random point. Oh, hold on. I need to make this instance editable. Random point will be target location. There's something about that EQS query that's kind of being weird to me. Pure WWE, thank you for the follow. One of my favorite follow animations. Oh, wait for it.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, see, now they're not synced. Now they're just roaming. How many points do you guys have? I'm gonna increase the price of that. Nasty animals. Get blackboard. Can I get blackboard value as float? Promote to variable. Radius to look. Hey Raptor, hope you're having a good day. I am having a great day. I'm very excited to get these animals in the game. I think it's going to add a lot of life to it. I hope you're having a great day. It's Friday, right? We get to play games this weekend. Ooh woo. Get better redeems. I know I need to get better redeems. I'm kind of waiting to do some updates to the channel until I get the new streaming computer, because then I can do a lot more with things. Still have no news on this case. Really annoying. I'm kind of tempted to cancel the order and just go pick up a new case today and build it this weekend. Ooh, that's really tempting. Radius to look. New key float. Random radius to search. Default value of something. You know what? No, I won't. I'll just keep it static. We'll just keep it the same for all animals. Decision reversed. They should be running away from the player if the player gets too close. They're not really doing that. Why does that have no shit on its face, does it? Just like some moss. There's a flower, there's moss, and then there's a ghost pig. He's gonna blend in well with the environment. Animal cooldown lock for 7 seconds. 16. I have like some, I don't know, some like acid reflux or something. And it just puts like a lot of phlegm in my throat. It makes me cough. So if you ever see me like muting and coughing, it's because of that. But for some reason it happens whenever I like drink or eat something. I really just think I'm dying. Cough in my ears. When is a zombie pig? Okay, I like that a lot more. It's a zombie pig being controlled by fungus. It's the cordyceps. location. Yeah, something's like getting stuck on these. They're not running away from the player. I want to see what it is. Is that this guy? Not this one. He's not getting scared for some reason. Has an invalid vector on the last player location. Well, I don't see where it grabs the player location, unless it's on this EQS query. To feature zombie needs to spread its spores to other living hosts. Are we making cordyceps a thing now? I don't see when it runs this EQS query to actually become scared, and it's probably because I know why. It's because I'm dumb and I don't. No, it's in BP Animal Controller. Check site. And that is the controller being used. Somewhere. A player pawn equal to scene actor. False. I wonder if it's because it is the last scene actor is getting it's resulting in false, setting value, so last scene location. Shy guy, hey, how you doing? Not so shy, huh? Posted in chat. It's all a ruse. You're procrastinating? I mean, it's Friday. It's okay to procrastinate. There were previous times I used to work where I would just, you know, some Fridays you just give up. After like 1 or 2 p.m., it's like, yeah, whatever. Shy doesn't mean socially enough, that's true. Introverted doesn't mean that either. Procrastinating stuff I should have done on Thursday. Next week you'll get to it. You need to make unit tests. What are those? I'm gonna fix his blueprint. Very unorganized. Just make them. just do it. You know how you run your code to see if it works? I do that. I do that. And it usually doesn't work. That except you're declaring it in a program without affecting your product. You're declaring it in a program. So like you have like a emulating almost? You're testing it in like a protected environment or something? Ship it to production. This is 2024, the year of broken things on release. Put in a Docker pod. You can trust Lazy Fangs. He's a physician. I don't think that's I don't think everybody's gonna understand that reference, but we'll see who does. Alternative is shipping it to production and seeing what it does. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Leave user bug reports. Leave users report bugs to you, not unit tests. I did see some indie dev recently talk about how his game would crash on Steam when a controller was unplugged, and he was very unhappy with this and didn't want to. He was like, "This is not a problem with my game. This is a problem with Steam," and it's kind of a bad take. It's like, yeah, it's basically what he was saying. He's like, just don't unplug the controller. It's like, bro, that's not really how bugs work. This isn't like the player doing something crazy. Starting to feel sleepy? Gonna go head off to bed. Good luck with getting the pigs to cooperate. Thank you so much, Crossroads. Sleep well. Hope to see you again. I mean, what did he say? He said when he tested it on his PC and unplugged the controller, it wasn't crashing. It was something to do with people playing it on Steam, and he didn't want to fix it and was basically making excuses that, well, the player just shouldn't unplug their controller. I don't know why it's happening. I can't fix, or I don't want to fix it. It was really weird. It was a very weird logic. Ship your computer to the users. Maybe I can find it. Maybe we can go over some drama with it. Controller unplugged. I just spelled it wrong. Oh yeah, here it was. So Steam hasn't approved my game because apparently the game crashes if controller is disconnected mid-game. Game works fine under normal circumstances. Why am I responsible if it crashes when players do unusual things like unplugging controller mid-game? That's not an uncommon thing. It's like it's gonna happen. Sometimes the player moves and the cord just comes out, or there's a disconnect, you run out of batteries. I've sent another build for review. In that version, unplugging the controller brings up the pause menu. It works fine on my system, but it all depends on how it performs on the systems used by the Steam people. I mean, now, I will say this. A lot of other devs came out and said, basically, like, I get it that you're frustrated, but you need to fix it. Why is this game even checking the controller state anyway? It could be the engine, I don't know. I saw that the developer of, oh man. What was that crazy game where you drive, it was like Isekai, and you drive the truck through a whole bunch of medieval knights. You guys remember that one? Oh, I think it was this one. It was Kingmakers. And the developer for that said, "How dare Steam demand the most absolute bare minimum of quality control?" Oh boy. Is there a site or some resource developers can go to in order to get help on those types of problems? Yeah, Stack Overflow is one, but if you're like in Unreal, you can go to the Unreal Discord, and there's a ton of people on there. ChatGPT sometimes, but if you don't know if ChatGPT is telling you the truth, it may be telling you a lie. It's very good at lying to you and pretending that it's telling you the truth. But like guys, if you have a bug like this, just fix it. I understand that it's frustrating, and you know he was kind of getting upset that he didn't have many wish lists, not much engagement on Twitter. I'm gonna tell you what, making a post like this does not provide positive engagement, and it's not going to result in more wish lists. You just need to fix the problem. It's a crash, that's bad, I'm going to fix it ASAP. It's not because it's beyond my comprehension, it's because I'm not aware that some things even exist. That's okay. I mean, it just happens, right? There's so much to learn. I'm learning about some new stuff with like animations and AI today, so one thing at a time. It's Gemini to try and code and Gemini to don't know Jack. Yeah, it's you have to be really careful with AI stuff like that. With generative AI. It's so good at lying to you. Point blank. I mean, how entitled are you that you feel like people have to buy our game? You can't be ours to fix. I feel the same way. It's like I get that you're frustrated. I get that you work your ass off. You don't get too many wish lists. But you're not going to help your game by going to Twitter and complaining about it. Getting mad at players has never, ever, ever resulted in more sales for your game. Love and hate C++. I love to hate it. True. Okay, I need to watch why this is not functioning. Does this run every frame? Hold on. It isn't running again. Oh, but now it is. So I get within a certain radius and it runs. Which actor is this running for? 0? Probably that, the one with the flower on it. You don't work your ass off if such a basic bug gets you all ruffled instead of a 5-minute fix. This is the reason why big game studios have teams dedicated to game conceptualization, design, development, programming, debugging. What do you mean? QA is severely lacking. I will say this, QA is only as good as the development team, because you can have a great QA team that puts all the problems on Jira, hundreds of bug tickets. But if the producers and the development team can't get things under control to fix it, then the QA is useless. QA is useless if you don't actually have people fixing the bugs. And again, this isn't always the developer's fault. It could be people above the developers who are forcing new features in the game rather than fixing bugs. Okay, so that's this one. Let's see what's happening here. So the scene actor is True. Scared name True. Okay, that's scared. Set value as bool. Set value as object. Scene player. I mean, that looks correct. It can be overwhelming for a single indie dev handling every aspect. Yes, it can. It can. Getting a passport. Ooh. That's exciting. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why you like specialize in something, right? Is because you're probably not going to be good at everything. How do I put it? Being a single person indie dev it's very rare that you will meet success with that. And if you need to go into it understanding that it's 1 in a million for single devs. Which is why I'm working on a prototype on my own, and I'm using that to get funding to build a team, to do the things that I can't do very well. But it is also too because my game is very large in scope compared to something smaller like Vampire Survivors, right? Okay, scared and scene player. I'm just gonna check that these are actually the right names for this. They should be. Scared and scene player. Blackboard scared is set. Do we ever set scared as false, though? That's what I'm wondering. Looking for a gameplay animator, let me know. I'm trying to get more experience. There is a possibility. I do know... Get in contact with me on Steam, or on Discord. You can find the link below the stream. I'm Maester Silvio. You'll see it on the server with the purple streaming activity. Speed. The problem is I feel like we never set scared as false. Maybe I'll just tick that. Get Blackboard. Get value as bool. Ename. Scared. Print. No log. Okay, they're all false. Okay, that one's set to true, and now false again. Like it's set to true, but it's not doing anything. So it is set to be scared, but it's not running away. Okay, I gotta fix that somehow. Studying mechanical engineering, you don't have much experience in software, but I can understand why it's hard from the few SolidWorks, AutoCAD, and Sys softwares I've used. Man, I've done a little bit of CAD. It's kind of fun, I must admit. Yeah, you know, being a solo dev is really difficult. It really is, especially once you go. I mean, there's so many areas that you think you understand and you don't. And I'm not saying that I'm outside of that group. There are so many things I still don't understand that I thought I did, and then I learn I don't, and I need to, get humbled again. But it's never a good thing to take that out on the players. Especially if your game isn't selling well, or you get a lot of negative feedback, people don't like your game. It's a problem with your game, and you need to fix it, or you just need to scrap it and try to work with the team. You either make it or you don't. Here to set. Set tag cooldown. I need to just have one of these in this scene. And I'm gonna see what happens to this this blackboard. I mean, it's working when there's one in this scene. Like, he continually runs away from the player until he runs a certain distance away. And then there's a small cooldown. He's running very far away. Oh, he's just getting stuck at this point. It might be that there isn't enough space here for his AI to run away. I could just lower the amount of distance that he wants to run. Probably what it is. Like I talk a lot about it, where a lot of indie devs will think they have a good game idea, and it just ends up not being a marketable idea. And the reason that they do it is, it's not a fault of their own, right? But they'll make the game. They don't want to have a publisher. But the thing is, by talking with a publisher or with other publishers, you can get a sense of whether or not your game actually has marketability. So you can kind of sense early if your game is actually going to be successful, or if it's going to fill too much of a niche that you won't get a return on investment, right? And a lot of indie solo devs will make games for 3, 5, even up to 10 years, right? And that's a lot of time and a lot of money to be putting away into a project that may not have that kind of recuperation possibility. And that is frustrating, but at the same point, if you're that dead set on, what's the problem with it? If you're that dead set on self-publishing and doing it all yourself, that you never try to even test if the market is big enough. I mean, I don't really feel like you have anyone to blame but yourself. Like, you just made a product that might be enjoyable, but not to a large enough audience that's going to, make it profitable. It really sucks, but it's just the way it is. So, like, this AI is working with one. It's working with one pig. Kind of. Something is breaking when I put all 3 pigs in there, though. Yeah, now he's idled. That's weird. There's something weird with, like, some cooldown or something. Change speed, finish, move to. Maybe it's getting a bad location? could try to print that vector. Get value as vector. Sure, you have to be evolving and upskilling along with the rapidly evolving industry, but it's easier said than done, yeah. Yeah. You know, and that's one of the reasons why it's great to work with a team, because it's going to sound weird. It's going to sound like I'm advocating for not taking your time with games, but I don't mean it that way. But you really don't want to be working on a game for 10 years, because most likely, if you're trying to capitalize on some new trend or hit a market that is really popular, like Survivors likes are really popular right now, right? Vampire Survivors, Halls of Torment, Hollow Cure, Deep Rock Galactic Survivors, but 10 years from now, who can predict if they will be or not? So if you're working on some game-changing Survivors-like game, but in 10 years the genre just isn't that popular anymore, you know, it is what it is. So working with other people, working with publishers, you can speed up that time to delivery, and you can have other people focusing on the things that they're good at, right? Most publishers are pretty good at marketing, or they have marketing teams that can do what you can't do. You know, and let them do that while you work on the game. Save everybody some extra time, get the game out faster so that you can actually take advantage of that trend being popular, or that genre being popular. Target location is the name. Like, I support my fellow indie devs, I get it. I started my company for the same reason. You know, I don't like working with certain publishers. Usually like AA ones, people who don't actually enjoy games. I don't want to work with them. But it's really hard to do everything yourself. And I think it's kind of delusional to expect that you can do it all yourself. Unless you hit that perfect stream of coincidence and luck and virality with your marketing, like with what Palworld did. I mean, they were still, you know, good games at the core, right? These are still enjoyable games. But there's a lot of good games that just don't hit that viral stream, and they don't, you know, they don't push it to that next level. So it is what it is. I need to see if it's... I need to see when it fucks up, what it's doing to that vector. It's updating it, that's fine, that's good. We want it to do. It's not updating the vector. I wonder if it's failing to get a point. And it's just repeating. Which is weird. Very weird. No, it's only for the noise. I mean, I don't want that decorator. Update Blackboard on fail. What does that do? Single best item. Yeah, I think this query is just not grabbing. It's not finding something away from the player. It's getting locked in a corner, right? Like something is just getting it stuck sometimes. Especially when there were 3. Yeah, it's like it's only updating the first instance that it finds, and these other 2 instances don't receive. Well, now I don't even know. I don't even know how to describe this. Like, it should be making and using new instances of this animal controller each time. There are 3 separate instances of the Blackboard being run. What if I just do print these 3? They're just not updating the points at all. Starts enable max age. Like, it is based on sight, so it's using sight. I thought. I mean, maybe that's the reason, is that I just need to get out in front of them. I I mean, it's still kind of... It still doesn't work. I'm clearly out in front of it. Hold on, let me see if I can trigger it with one of these. Like, that one's working. This one is not working. Which one is this? I have it up on my other screen. I'm trying to break one of them and see which one it is. I can't determine which one it is because it doesn't seem to be running this check site function at all. Very, very odd. Let's begin play. Which one is this? BP bore 4. And which controller is that using? I mean, maybe it's supposed to forget the player after 5 seconds, right? And from what I can see, it is running these properly. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's a normal task. Nothing wrong with this. Server ports both. We don't want to abort both though. Wouldn't we want to abort just a lower priority? Could that have been the problem? I think it was just a an abortion issue. Well, maybe not. This pig's still kind of... Shit. Damn it. No, I mean, it's still kind of causing the problem. I mean, this 100% wasn't happening. I'm not crazy, right? This wasn't happening with just one pig. Yeah, there's no way that I can trick this out. But the moment I added more than one, Piggy didn't like that. But I don't see the issue personally. I don't see what would be the problem because these would all be separate instances. You know, each AI perception. Sight radius, lose sight radius, peripheral. Max age of 5 seconds. We set it scared, we set value, scene player. Yeah, very weird. Well, you know what, we'll still put it in. I think this is fine. It is what it is, right? Can I restore that? just so I get the grid half size and space between. I'll talk to my friend who does stuff with AI about why that might be the case and how we can get that fixed up. And in the meantime, we will add in the other animals that we have. We have some butterflies, some crazy looking platypi. Look at these things. They're absurd. Alright, blueprints. We're going to duplicate both of these. ABP butterfly and BP butterfly. Hey Bartosz, how you doing? I like how you and I, we could just kind of gave up on playing the last epoch together. We should find some time to do that though. Maybe this weekend. I'll probably be doing a little bit of streaming this weekend though. Butterfly type, I think there are 4 types of these. We can set it 2 so that when they spawn, it just spawns like a random one. Oh, you're on the final boss that beat the shit out of me as I don't have physical resistance. You could just like get a couple of pieces of gear, lower your DPS a bit and just max your fizz. Wait, there are 5 butterflies? Wait. Huh? No, there's only 4. But it says Path Advanced Village Pack, but that's not the right one. No, there are 4. Oh, there is only 1 mesh. Is it just using a different material then? It must be. Weird. Okay. I mean, I guess I could duplicate the skeletal mesh. I guess it just uses a different material. Okay. Hack's a bit inconsistent, but I'll make it work. Like, it's weird, they made a different skeletal mesh for each of the boars. I guess it's because you would have the flower, right? I'll make it work. Set material. I change the material on the mesh for the butterfly. Butterfly type. 4 pins. I think there were 4 of them. There we go. Alright, I need to update its preview character here. You know, I could plug these back in, it'll just make certain things a bit easier. Okay, idle animation, butterfly idle. Like how the pig is now using the butterfly idle animation. Oh boy. I wanted to use the boar. Why can't I select the butterfly? How the hell do I do that? It's probably because it's taking the skeleton and creating the animation from blueprint from that. But I want to have a different. Wait, I think I know how to do it. I think I know. I have to assign this. I love it. I need to assign this skeleton. There we go. That wasn't me. I didn't fart, chat. I need a minimum system requirement of a graphic subject with a 3D OpenGL accelerator to run a software called CAT-IA. As a non-software person, I don't understand what that means. It sounds just like you need a better GPU. Minimum system graphics adapter with a 3D OpenGL accelerator. Like any discrete graphics card should have OpenGL acceleration. If you have a discrete graphics card, it may be that the software is not using it. If you have like an onboard graphics, which means that you can force the software to use it in like the NVIDIA control panel or Adrenaline, or you can disable your onboard, your on-chip graphics in your BIOS. It's kind of what it sounds like to me. BP Butterfly. I mean, that should work. I might need to adjust the location of the butterfly, although I kind of like that. Yeah, that kind of, to me, that's what it sounds like. Yeah, I mean, if even a post from like 2017 says if you have any kind of integrated graphics or dedicated graphics from Intel, AMD, NVIDIA, within the past 5 years, it should undoubtedly have OpenGL capabilities. I don't know. Is it old software? Because I know my dad, works a lot with like old software. And man, sometimes getting them to run on anything newer, any newer hardware is just a mess. You have to like create virtual machines sometimes and trick the hardware into thinking that it's older than it is. That is not the right mesh. Why does it show that? Why is the boar here? It says the skeletal mesh asset is the SM Forest butterfly. That is not a boar. What is going on? Why is it the boar? Why are you I mean, it doesn't show up as a boar here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, it was being weird. I don't know how to describe that one. Okay, that's working. Oops. Do that. It's like at a certain point they just kind of break for some reason. It's kind of weird. Like I said, for now I'll just hook it up and I'll get my my colleague to look at it. See if he can figure out what it is. He's the one that made the AI for this. Maybe I'll save him this level so he can play around with it to see what's causing the issue. Okay, let me duplicate this. Let's work on the platypus. We should be able to duplicate ABP. I think they call it the platopo. Then I will sign the skeleton. And we go in here and we change its idle to topo and walk. Duplicate this, BP, topo. Skeletal mesh, change, different blueprint. I don't know if this one has different variants. I need to look that up. It's got 3, but it uses different materials. You got 3 materials in that one. What games are you playing after work today, chat? Or if you are after work, what games are you playing this weekend? Any of you hell diving? Today is 3D modeling, simulation, and analyzing software for complex engineering systems like cars, planes, machinery, and like that. Been around since 1982, so it should work on my device. Let's hope. Topo A B. Why is it always funny? Does anyone here not like the reverb fart? What I thought. You don't like it? Don't you say that. Okay, you love. Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Oh my god, this thing is so small. And that's at 2 times the scale. This is the normal size of it. It's a little tiny thing. It's so small. Look at it. I mean, we can't have it be that small, right? Like, that's just... It's a little ridiculous. It's pushing me away. It has the strength of Thor. Yeah, we need to make that bigger. We need to make it like three times. It is pretty, it definitely is cute. It's definitely cute. There's no doubt about that. But our grass is pretty tall, so I need to make it at least kind of... not be too invisible, right? Am I using the right animations? Should be. Yeah. This is his movement animation. I didn't see him using it though. We could make him slower too. Like, I could set a max speed on these things. And then just update the behavior tree to use that. Like, I'll make a BPI animals get max speed. Oh wait, I needed to return the float. Output float max speed. Do. Okay, chat. Elder Scrolls, Morrowind, Oblivion, or Skyrim. Or Daggerfall, Arena. What's your favorite? And nobody say that stupid mobile game. I swear, chat. Do not say whatever I forget the name of it. I think it was like Blades or something. Do not say that. I don't accept that one. It's defaults, animals. Wrote to variable. Favorite PC game right now? I like playing Lethal Company. Lethal Company's good. Favorite PC? I will say the things that I've really enjoyed playing this year. Pacific Drive is up there right now. I've been really enjoying Pacific Drive. Helldivers is great. What else do we play? Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. It's been really enjoyable. I mean, Last Epoch is fun too. I've been enjoying that. I kind of go back to old games pretty often as well. I got sucked into the deep dark hole of Skyrim, modded Skyrim again. I was like, well, there goes the next few months, I guess. But I'd done it before because I was trying a new mod pack and it wasn't very fun. I didn't like it. What? I don't think I knew that. Like, I tried this mod pack for Skyrim that looks good. It looks good. But it's like overdeveloped. There's too many mods in there, and it changes too much about the world where it feels like every 5 feet that you move, every couple meters, there's some other new thing that is kind of like half broken, half okay. It's like the mod pack creator said, oh, there's open space here. That means we need to put something here. And so the world just feels way too cluttered and dense. And it was very buggy, and I didn't like the movement system. My favorite PC game is like going to the market for the first time with unlimited money. You chose the biggest market. Yeah, and especially with like, I love different genres. And I love playing new games of all types, so really hard. For me, I'd almost have to break it down into favorite game I played that month. Okay, max speed, Platopo. Max speed, we'll set this as being like 150 or something. And then we will take the where's the blackboard for the AI for this? Where did he put it? Oh, it's in here. Okay. We made a big tier list last year of like to rank the games and how I felt about them from last year. And that was pretty fun. I'm pretty sure I forgot a game though on that list, but I can pull it up. Maybe maybe I didn't save a image of it. It's kind of weird. I can pull it up. I swear like I forgot to put Octopath Traveler 2 on there or something. GOTY ranking stream. I think I got wasted on this day too. Oh yeah, I did. I got absolutely, oh look, same shirt. Hardcore. Yeah, I got wasted here. Oh, and I put Octopath Traveler 2 in there. So, I mean, meme, I rated Hello Kitty Island Adventure S tier, but my two actual S tiers were Dredge and Dave the Diver from last year. Last year there were some great games. There were some really good games last year. And then there were some really bad ones. Day before, The Rise of Kong, Redfall, Gollum, Forspoken. Oh boy. Oh boy. After working to play Microsoft Flight Sim, set flight plan from LA to New York. Turn the autopilot on and go doing something like watching TV or some YouTube videos about Unity. My gamer? Yeah, I would say so. That's pretty chill. I mean, Microsoft Flight Sim is really well made. I do kind of wish they... The one thing I think that would take Microsoft Flight Sim into an absolute different level is to let people ride in your planes. And for you to like deliver speeches over the radio. This is your captain speaking. I mean, you know what people would do with it. But that's what makes it so fun. This is your captain speaking. Does anybody know how to fly a plane? And you just nosedive. Okay, I need to update the controller on begin play. I want to set up a new float max speed. Can I get the owner of this AI controller? How would I get that? Like, get possessed actor. Guess I could get owner? Like printing that, is it? I suppose on begin play I could get Blackboard, get AI controller, self. Do you think that would work? I think so. Then what I could do is set value as float. Wouldn't even need this interface then. Make literal name. What did we call it? Max speed? Well, in that way, in the behavior tree, when we change speed of character, instead of getting new speed, get blackboard value as float. We would do that, delete, instance editable, new speed, max speed. Perfect. Yeah, we don't even need this interface then. We kind of just have it floating there, but that's fine. Close that. And I can just copy this, paste it in each. Okay, boar max speed 400, butterfly 400, platopo 150. So if this works correctly, they should move differently. Yes. He is using his animation. He's just, he kind of looks like he's floating. We can make him even slower. It'll look better if he's slower. It's like a little, it's like a little platypus or something, I don't know. He's still floating a bit though, so I can fix that. It looks like he's floating. Looks a bit better. Hmm. I'll save this level. I can replace the lighting too. And I gotta lower him down just a bit more. I mean, he looked fine to me, but maybe this will help. Yeah, it's fine. He's on the ground. He's good. Alright, let's put the 3 the topo creatures in here. Can hide the nav mesh a bit. Alright, those ones are taken care of. Next up, after that small delay, is which character? I'll write these down too. Okay, we have Cauldron, like the slimes. Racco, like some raccoon creatures. Some other slimes and snails. We got 4 more creature types to add. And then we can add them into our prototype map and see them running around. Okay, ABP Cauldron, Sign Skeleton, Cauldron Idol, and Cauldron Move. Should be everything we need here. Kotspur, finally. I got some animals. There's some problem with your AI, and maybe you can fix it up once I commit this later today. There's some issue with, I think, when they're querying whether or not they sense the player. I can try to show it. I mean, admittedly, I have unhooked some things in an effort to try and fix it, but okay, so there's some running away that happens, that's all good, but then they just kind of like the AI sense doesn't seem to properly function. And I don't know enough about it to figure out why it's happening. But I'm going to upload this entire level, so you'll be able to kind of just play around with everything here. But yeah, it's like it kind of just, it starts working, and it works a little bit, and then it just stops working. Weird. And I tested that the scared boolean seems to work fine. It just seems to stop like updating the point. I don't know. Like this one is working fine, and definitely as expected, right? That's working all great. then it kind of just, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I'm sure you'll figure out what it is. I'll just get everything hooked up, and then you'll have this map, and you can play around with it. Let's duplicate the ore. BP. Now I think this one uses different skeletal meshes, but I have to check. It's got 2 skeletal meshes. How many? Okay, there's 5 materials, 2 meshes. Or 5 skeletal meshes. Wait. No, I had it right the first time. 5 materials, 2 meshes. Which ones use which? A, B, B, A, B. A, B, B, A. Well, I gotta write that down. A, B, B, A, B. A bab. I think this is not AI issue, but EQS part of AI that is searched for most distance point on nav mesh in some radius, and maybe it finds point that is on opposite part of player. It could be. I was thinking that maybe it just wasn't like far enough away. Like it has an issue. I don't know. We'll see. I unhooked a few things to make it work a little bit better right now. You can delete and remake whatever you need to. Tracks by location in half-second interval. Like it seems it worked really well with 1. And then when I added more than 1, it started to break down, and I don't know why. But my observation could be wrong. Or at least the things that I'm equating it to could be wrong. I don't know. Okay. A, B, B. Okay, in that order. So we need 2. Do 2 things here. I can get the coding type. I made Discord and just pushed name branch. Okay, I'll do that. How many are you in team? So mostly right now it's just me working on this game. Kotspur helps out with some things as needed, but he and I kind of work in the sense that if we need each other's help, we'll ask, but we also like to learn how to do things on our own. So we kind of like, we help each other as needed, but we give each other space to learn as needed too. But we're not funded at the moment, so that's what we're working on, making this. I know there's like 1 person and a couple of people are like dev. Yeah, right now it's just like we just help as needed, and we specialize in different aspects. So if I need like some weird system made that I don't even know how to approach doing on my own or with blueprints, then I'll ask like Kotspur's help. Once we get funded though, then we can start building this into like a proper team, and be a bit more structured. Just learn that there are things like that. Set skeletal mesh. So we do have 2 meshes. We use based on porting type. Porting. A. B. B. A. B. Set material. Select. Dust creators are dev co-op, not dev company, same as Gut Fabric. We'll see what works best for us. All I know is that we need funding, and that's it. You know, for people who are like kind of just tuning in, who don't know much about Microraptor, you know, we started this as a private game dev company, so we don't have like shareholders or anything. That way, we can develop the way we want to and work on the games we want to without forcing games to be out before they're ready, shit like that. And we're working right now on a prototype and a GDD and a pitch for this game, Cauldron Chronicles, to go and seek funding from publishers later. But indie publishers in this case, so the ones that will treat you well. They don't wear suits to meetings, they wear t-shirts and like jeans. They're way better to talk to, I'll tell you that. And then like max team size, we're probably looking at just, I almost just typed porn. Let me focus for a second, okay. The max team size we're looking at is like 10 full-time, 10 to 15 full-time. Yeah, set material porn, perfect. Muscle, yeah, it's muscle memory. I frequently look up slime porn, so that would make sense. Look at this chonky boy with a very weird root location on that. Okay. Do. I mean, kind of is what it is on this one, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. Isn't there a way to make them play their... Am I wrong, or is there a way to get them to play their idle animations in editor without simulating? Not that it's like that important, but I could have sworn there was a way to do that. Have it on not blueprint, okay. Yeah, it's not super important. I'm gonna change their default max speed to like 200 though. I mean, he's doing idle here. Not too much personal. Where's the income from? I can imagine I would dev a game for the regular employee, make my weekends, but it would take too long. Right now, my income comes from my saved up money from working previously, and it is going down. I'm putting a lot of risk on this year with it, but I believe in it. Not the greatest year, of course, to get funding, considering layoffs and certain trends, but that's mostly affecting like AAA, right? I feel like I'll be interrupting your workflow if I redeem posture check and stretch suddenly. I do like when you redeem that. I do like doing that, so it's good. Better move fast, exactly. I don't really... I can kind of go into it, like it's not personal. I just don't know if it's that interesting of a story, but... okay, I just kind of did as you did that. I was like, prepared for it. Hard check. Oh, I can stretch too. I can... Just some stretches. Ooh, okay, that feels good. I do appreciate that. Shoes are dirty. Oh my god. Clean my shoes. Like, I worked for some companies prior to this that the people I was working for, the people above me, were not avid gamers. They were not interested in the player experience unless that meant better money. And I'm really fed up with that. It's not my value as a person and not the reason I got into game dev. So I wanted to start my own company like that, and there's like two routes you can go when you start a company. You can get a business loan, right? Or you can get seed funding, right? But seed funding usually means that you sell a portion of your company, shares of your company, to these investors who then make money off of it. Then you're beholden to making that money back for the investors, or they will sell off their shares. It just adds a whole level of shit to it. And if you have shares, you're usually a corporation, so you have different business obligations for like sharing your financials, having investors will be on like a board of investors, and they can to some extent control what your company is doing, or put you in a position where you may want to do something that you don't want to do as part of like your company's values. So I wanted to start a private company that will never have shares and never have investors like that. So we will own the company 100% completely throughout the lifetime of it. And that way we can just be a bit more honest with you. We aren't going to be on the stock market, so we can share anything we want to without worry of it like affecting our share prices. And then what's the government agency that gets like on your ass if you manipulate share prices? Is it the FCC? FEC? Whatever. You guys know what I mean. So we won't have to deal with any of that shit. We won't have a board of investors. At most, we're going to have a publisher, but I'm going to make sure that our publishing deals are within lines of our FTC. Okay, thank you. Are within the lines of our values. So, we are very honest with players. We're transparent about what we do and what we work on, and we are very ethical. So we don't have no loot boxes, no NFTs, no blockchain, no microtransactions, none of that bullshit. You pay fair price for our games. You get the game. No weird, just nothing that's fucked up. Nothing bad for the player. It's worth to add that right now there's a culture and expectation that you will max shareholders short-term returns. Yes. It usually means that you can get IP. You have an investor that is a big investor in like Disney, help you get IP. Yep. Make some bullshit game like Suicide Squad. Aim to monetize players as fast as brutally as you can. True. So in this way, you know, like I can hire a CFO, right? Somebody to manage the money of the company, but I will still be able to be the face of it and control and make sure that the values of our company are not being broken. We are a value-driven company as opposed to just profit-driven. I do believe that you can get profit from just treating your players well and making good games. And we will see how well that works. We still get fart reverb. You will always have fart reverb, yes. Alright, these should work. They're a little fast, but they are working. They're pretty cute. There's a fucking hot dog on his head. What is this? It sounds kind of cheesy when I say like our company is value driven, right? Like, oh, we believe in these things. The difference is I actually want to live it. And I will make sure we live it. I mean, we're doing it right now. Like, I'm being transparent with you guys. I'm collaborating with you guys. You know, I'm not like putting clickbait bullshit on YouTube and talking about, you know, shit in the game that's not going to be there. Everything you see, you get. Marketing focused companies, you're also going to face time crunches, regardless if your work is finished or not. That is one thing too that we're going to not be doing at our company is crunching, and that is going to be in our contracts with publishers. And the publishers that I've talked to recently, I can show you guys. We had like a pitch for our company because, you know, we're new, and if publishers don't know who we are, I wanted to talk a bit about like who we are as a company. And so we had like this slide in wonderful 16:9 resolution. Needs for publishing agreements, right? So like we don't crunch. We retain the IP to all of our titles. We control our own socials and communities like Discord. We have minimal NDAs. I don't really believe in silencing people from talking about what they're working on, right? It's really stupid. And just like we want to have input on on the marketing and product as a whole to prevent inaccuracy. And the publishers that I talk to, they love this. They love this. NDA not signing. The only thing we would be covering with NDA is like company private information, like the employees that are working there, just things to protect the identity of the individuals working there and the privacy. But when it comes to, hey, I have this cool new model I made and it's not in the game yet, can I just share a picture of it? Can I put it in my portfolio? It's not even going to be covered. Just share it, right? The only thing I would ask employees not to share is if we're trying to like keep something a secret, like a final boss or something, like a level, a secret hidden environment. I would just say, you know, for now, can we not share that until it's released, and then you can and the players find it. But yeah, there won't be a case where like there's a $1 million fine for sharing that information. It's like, fuck off. Playing long-time game, like building community and aiming to make good games in the long run. Super hard with investors, yeah it is. It's possible if your investors are working in the same way. Yeah, I agree with you. And that's what we're just trying to do now, is just build a community, showcase the game, do everything right, and build it for long term. It's like Cuthbert says. A lot of people in like those management positions that aren't gamers, that don't really understand the markets very well, they will try to cover things up or lie to players in order to make short-term gains. Like, okay, well, we'll say this now because it means that people will buy our game and not rate it poorly right now. And they don't realize that they've literally just dug a bit deeper their own grave. it's really hard to earn trust back. So just don't break trust. Just stop lying to players. It really isn't difficult. But because you have these shareholders and these investors,
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
TD Zombie, thank you for the follow, man. Because you have these shareholders, you have these investors, you have this outside pressure, and it's really easier for profit-driven individuals to cave into that. Like, I'm not anti-capitalist, I'm not anti-corporation to some extent, it's just you have different people in there, and I think that in a lot of cases you have people in there that are anti-consumer, or they just don't care enough. Even if they aren't actively anti-consumer, they just don't care enough to actually care. Does the startup make sense? What do you mean? There's two big people that make those toxic change that kind of forces you as a company to do everything for your shareholders. Yeah, I mean, I think that to some extent, it's not bad for shareholders to have some say in the way the company is run. But when you're setting up your company, you get to choose what type of company you want to be. You know, and you can go from corporation back to a privately held business, right, if you own all of the shares. So some companies do that. They perform a buyback. They use seed funding with shares to get money. They make enough money, they become successful, and then they buy back the shares and go private again. But that's very difficult. Very difficult. Start the project and try to get money before release or to release. It's very difficult. It would be much easier for me to make a proper corporation, get seed funding, and I could probably obtain $1 million by selling off shares of this company with a good idea and with a good business plan. And I could just start hiring people. But it's not the type of business that I want to make, because at that point I've just sold a bit of my soul and my values to somebody else. I'm now outsourcing. I'm basically just putting myself on a leash. We are unleashed here. This is Microraptor Unleashed. It sounds really cringy. Guys, don't clip that. It's too cringy. Duplicate. What's the next one? Racco. Anybody like their trash pandas? I like my trash pandas. Oh my god, these things are kind of cute. They're pretty cute. I mean, starter failed, but creator and CEO earned a lot. Yeah, I mean, yes. There are people that, like, they make a successful company, they sell their shares, and they move on to making another one, and that's how they make money. But, you know, I'm not making this company, it's gonna sound really weird. I'm not making this company just to make money. Like, of course we need to. We're a company. We need to pay people. We need to, you know, I want to keep making games, right? But I'm not going to sell my values to make money. I'm going to sell good games to make money. Values mean nothing if you're not upholding them. Pick up kids from school. I'll be back in an hour. No worries. Have a nice drive. Stay safe. I'm glad that you pick up your kid from school too. A lot of parents don't do that, but I think it's nice. For some reason, I don't have too many memories of school, but I have more memories for some reason of my parents picking me up or dropping me off at school. I don't know. It's those little moments, right, that you remember. How many EP Rako? How many materials and skeletal meshes do we have here? Animation, not animations. We have one mesh and 3 materials. Select. I can boost up the audio on this one a bit. Music. I don't want to I don't want to shame people either for choosing to go like the corporation route. It is a very good way to quickly make seed money, right? And there are a lot of, I think, good angel investors who are willing to help out with new game studios. 100%. Why does it have the wrong mesh? Look at... It's the wrong mesh. The raccoons... Okay, I can't hold. Bugs. Bugs are great. Okay if you go 100% corporate, but I don't like that short-term return for shareholders. Maybe it's just that it's... Why is it doing that? There we go. I don't like that it's just really easy to fall into that trap of selling out your values. Yeah, these are okay. And then your values just don't mean anything. They mean absolutely nothing at that point. And you just sound like a piece of shit who doesn't actually have a plan, I guess, is a way to put it. How big do we want these to be? Also, I have to fix these guys now. Damn it. Hold on. I was using the wrong animation class. Fix that. There we go. I mean, I'm mixed. Like, I can see the utility for it. I can see the reason for doing it. Of course. And it doesn't mean that your company can't do things that are good for individuals. I just think that it often, I would even say a majority of the time, invites in the type of people that aren't actually caring about the customers in any way. They just see them as wallets. And even as like the CEO, at a certain point, you will often lose enough shares in your company that no matter how hard you try, there's going to be pushback. When my shareholders return, you will offshore work to poor countries, use slavery if possible. Fire workers that doesn't suit you right. No, just to rehire. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it ain't me, that's for sure. Put it that way. fast do we want these to be? I feel like they'd be pretty fast, right? Jesus Christ. They're so cute. It's all so good. It's actually all just so good. Like, it's not perfect. I wish they kind of turned a bit better, but you know, for prototyping, this is pretty great. It's actually great. This whole ecosystem, yeah, it's actually looking even better than I thought it would. Even with like kind of, you know, just it's super basic, but once I throw them in the prototype map, I feel like it's going to add a whole lot of life. Is Ancient Stones, is this song probably one of Skyrim's best songs? Okay, the next one is a Shaga, which is similar to the porting, I think. Really hard for fashion companies to make high quality clothes, as all them offshore cotton productions to China, and China cotton is really bad. There's fast fashion and max returns, short term, moving production to China, losing quality. Now when they want to have two line, one for fast fashion, one for high quality, can't find any high quality producer. Man, I don't know. Yeah, I think you can... I think people often think that capitalism is about making the most money as possible. I think it's more just about being profitable, and you can determine how profitable you want to be and what you do with those profits, right? Shaga. You know, it's like, look at Lethal Company. Look at Vampire Survivors. These guys have made more money than all of us in chat probably have combined. Like, it's probably the truth, right? What are they doing with their profits? They're continuing to make great games. Sharing information with their community, starting up new initiatives to help other developers. They're capitalistic, and what they're doing with their money is providing a good service and good products and helping other people, so clearly these things are not mutually exclusive, right? There are 3 Shaga skeletal meshes. Okay, and they're just 3 different ones, completely okay. But I'm kind of what's known as an idealist. I have a very specific view for what this industry should be, and I'm not happy with a lot of the ways that it is currently. So, you know, my way of like fighting against that is not to... It's not, you know, standing out in the road with a sign or something or getting angry. It's simply to create a business that does what I would like to see in a business. And I can tell you this, we are not alone with this. We were not the first people doing this. We will not be the last. And thankfully, the number of businesses like ours doing similar things, building off of values, it's only getting higher. And you can see this with what's the is it Lighthouse or something? Oh no, what was his name? I forget things really easy. Fantastic Pixel Castle. And they're working on a big MMO. And the creator of this, Greg Street, you might know him. He used to be the head of creative development at Riot. And he worked on, he was the lead systems designer on World of Warcraft. This guy, they're working on a big MMO, and their new company has pretty much the exact same values as ours. And this guy is like on Twitter sharing information, being open, collaborating with people. There are people, indie developers like us who don't have funding yet, or people like him who have a ton of funding and working on this, massive MMO. And they have the same kind of values. Partner with players, so collaboration, trust, and just having fun and being ethical about it. This is the future of game dev, in my opinion. And players definitely want it. I would love to meet Greg one day and just try to learn some things from him. See if he has any advice for a smaller team like us with similar values. It's probably going to GDC. I don't have the money to go to GDC. Sadly. Maybe not. The right people will know to appreciate you for you. It's hard at first, but it will give you a soul-fulfilling experience in the end. Yeah, I 100% agree. I had some really bad experiences of where I was in a really, tough situation personally, I guess, and, I was asked to do some things that were to help the company. And it really just rips apart who you are when you're doing something that is against your values or against your morals. I absolutely hate it. Why is he in the ground a bit? But the good thing is, number one, I don't care if I blacklist myself from certain parts of the industry. I believe more in just speaking out against all the bullshit, especially like the gambling and loot boxes aimed at kids. There's no excuse for this, and these companies know what they're doing. They don't care about you. They don't care about your kids. They don't care about doing something that's good for humanity. And I don't care if speaking out against that blacklists me from working for those companies ever. I wouldn't want to work with people like that anyway, so fuck them. Is that like below the... Maybe it's the animation. Oh, I didn't change the skeleton. Hold on, that might be a problem. Okay. Still in the ground a little bit. Yeah, with more companies coming out with similar values to this, I think that it'll be easier to find friends in the industry, so to speak, and to have them kind of help you or point you in the right direction, and then we can, if we get successful, we can move that on to newer companies too, and just kind of share the love. And bring back the days of people making games who actually love games. And I was like kind of floating. Yeah, I need him a bit lower than that. Oh, I switched up his idle and movement animations. That would be one problem. I wonder why it looks weird. How is that thing? Hey, Clifford. This is a shaga, it's called. It's a slime with a flower. The potion gone wrong. That's a good way to put it. Lucky to have found your stream. Well, I'm lucky to have got people like you. I mean, seriously, Mercenary Mage, thank you for the raid. I'm sure not only have a lot of you people probably come there from his stream, but others probably found me because now I'm higher up on the list, which is pretty cool. And thank you guys for joining, and thank you for the follows and all of the fart reverb sounds. He kind of just looks like he's below ground when he's not. Yeah, it looks fine. It'll look better too when it's not just on like this gray bottom. It'll look better when he's on the grass. It does move pretty fast though. I'm gonna push this down to 150. Is your game going to have combat? Yes. But with potions. You don't know how to swing a sword, you don't know how to wield a bow, but you can make potions. So you make the potions and you throw them, and that will damage enemies. Depending on the effects of the potion, right? Because it may be a healing potion. You might throw a healing potion at a creature and heal it up. Finally did the unit test, now I have time to nap for 2 hours before work. Oh no. So you just did some work and now you have to go do more work. That sucks. It really sucks. Maybe I'll nap during work. That's the Giga Chad move that I would expect. Textures are a little blurry when scaled up, but it's fine. I work from home. It's also what got me into this mess. I have some pretty strong opinions about work from home, and I know a lot of people don't agree with me. These are bought, but they will be representative of us wanting to have stylized creatures in our game, so eventually we'll be able to replace these creatures with some new ones. Some of our own. I kind of got tainted. I used to work from home many years before COVID. and it drove me just mentally into a very terrible place. And I really enjoy working with people in like an office. The separation between work and home life is great for me. The impression that I'd be working in an office when I applied was not the case. The last creature is the Snailo. The ABP Snailo. Yeah, for some people it's great. For me, oh my god, it was terrible. It was bad. Like, unfortunately, I work alone now, but well, kind of, because I have you guys. I love you guys. But I work from an office that I rent, so I get to have that walk in between here and home. I have the choice to work in an office, but I'd have to move, and I don't feel like moving 2,000 miles away. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Not unless it's like your dream job that, I don't know, in your dream city. Unreal 5 or 4? This is Unreal 5. Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna duplicate this guy.
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
Fabian, thank you for the follow, and welcome. When they said I could work remote, I was like, great, I don't need to pack. Because I was ready to, I just don't feel like it now. You kind of feel like you're being torn between two kind of worlds with that, though. When I worked remotely many years ago, it was for a company in Canada. But like, I was in Wisconsin in the US, right? So I was close by. It wasn't like, 2,000 miles like, you're saying that you have. And I think it'd be pretty easy with me, with my US citizenship, to get work in Canada. If I wanted to. Here in Europe, though, oh my god, is it difficult. It's so difficult. Alright, how many animation... We have 1 skeletal mesh and 4 materials. Snailo type. Come on, 3. There we go. The main problem for me is time zone. Official workday is 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'm in California, so I start at 7 a.m. Oh, so are they like East Coast and you're West Coast? Would that be right? I think I did my math there. Operate out of DC. That's crazy though, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Well, I guess it's like instead of 9 to 5, it's 10 to 6. Snailo C, Snailo D. And we'll use the Snailo ABP. Why is his head so big? Did we forget to assign the skeleton? No, we did that. There we go. Not so bad, just mainly got a show for scrums. Yeah, that's fair. Scrumming. That is too big for a snail. I'm gonna try a scale of 2. It's a little bit better. 1.5? I mean, they're kind of bigger than these things. Maybe we'll just do 1. Actually, it looks pretty good. Work for College Board. What is College Board? Or is it just you mean a college board? I never went to college, so you have to explain how all that works to me. Oh, these facilitate AP testing and SATs. Okay. I know that I would fail that pretty significantly. Well, I did really well on my tests, but only the ones that I cared about. All the others, nah. Oh my god. One of the snails is blushing, and another just looks absolutely uninterested. That's so great. The official organization that does it for all colleges. Oh wow. That sounds pretty important. And honestly sounds pretty stable in terms of jobs. Okay, I think this is working. Irene full stack. I am a 0 stack developer. I know blueprints in Unreal. It's kind of sucks being like a game designer. I love being a game designer. Don't get me wrong, but you're hyper specialized into designing video games, and if you can't get a job designing video games, there isn't a whole lot else that you are very qualified for. Let's switch over to our prototype map. Some of you probably haven't seen that if you're new here. We have a full, this was just a test map so I could get everything in here working. And now we can place them into our level somewhere. I'm probably gonna hand place them and just have a script run to randomize which type they are when they spawn. Of course, C++ a lot, you're highly sought by many companies, yeah. That kind of helps with, like if you're an Unreal coder, or if you are, you know, if like you're an animator or an artist, there's a lot of crossover between the video game industry and other industries, so super worst case, if you need to find some other work to do, you can probably find it. Game design, not a lot. Not a whole lot of crossover between other industries. Like narrative designer, maybe, because you can write stories, you can write characters. Level designers to some extent, or like level artists, you probably have a lot of crossover. with like film sets if they use Unreal in their films. Just to know that there are people around like you, sir. Well, thank you. It gives me hope to find a remote job too, especially after the unhappy experience I had. After hearing how modern and fresh your way of thinking is, I hope you'll be able to work for people who don't expect to get everything, even what they aren't owed from the employee after sense contract. Thank you so much. It's very nice of you. What kind of... Well, I don't want to push you. You don't have to explain what unhappy experience you had is, but... If we're in the same industry, if we're both game devs, I can only imagine. It's not like, hey, the less you expect, the more you get surprised, right? But I do expect to meet my own goals. I'm making this game because I love games, not because I want to make $1 million, right? And I don't know how to put it, but I haven't felt this good making a game since, I would say, like 7, 8 years ago when I was working on my modding. And the modding was great, but it couldn't sustain me, and it wasn't my own project. But it was something I had control over, and I could tell people anything I wanted. Once I started working for other companies, I had to keep my mouth shut. I couldn't talk about a new feature I was excited about. I couldn't share what I was working on with the public because maybe it would affect the share price or cause some PR issue. Like, God, can we just... You've sucked up all the fun out of making games. Like, I want to share it with players, because when players like my games, when they get excited, that makes me happy. Remember how a month ago I was talking about how I passed the interview process without actually knowing anything about JavaScript? This is where I ended up. Turns out College Board enjoys people with a learning forward mentality. Honestly, that's nice. I've worked with places that they expect you to have all the knowledge up front, and then you have no time to learn, or no ability to like sit back and take a day to learn something new. It was terrible. It feels like you work at a place for years and then you come out of it not really knowing any better way to do something. And it kind of feels like you've wasted your time. And, that's never fun. I mean, I have a construction script that... Well, here's what we'll do. Instead of, on the construction script, setting up this mesh, I will just do a... I'll put this on the event graph on begin play. A lot of the interview with pseudocode. Oh no. I've never lied on my resume, but I think that sometimes it looks like I lie. Because I have a really weird pathway into the industry, and then I just don't put anything for education. And it's because I don't have any education, chat. I just dropped out of high school. I was like, this is kind of boring. Didn't go to college because like, probably not going to pass the test there. I mean, I can get board type. Can I get like the range? Not really. The range of values allowed by this variable. Values outside of this will be clamped to the range. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fuck school. I mean, I kind of regret it to some extent, but at the same time... at At the same time, I don't know, I didn't need anything from it. If you're good in any code, language, and most important, you understand how it works, you'll get any software. Being too over-focused in one particular tech is bad. That could be true. Like I went out my team because I'm like the only one with a CS degree. Computer science? You're working with a bunch of programmers and you're the only one with a computer science degree? That's surprising. So I'll just set these to max. What I could do is I could put a B override type. And then do a select here. Override type is true. Put in board type. Otherwise, random integer between. Most of my coworkers are in their 40s and 50s. I had a weird feeling the other day where, you know, like the people we think of as old. As I get older, it seems I seem to think of those people as unchanging, and the people that I thought of as young, I still don't think of as old. I don't know if anybody else has that similar kind of feeling, but. And then you realize that the people you thought were young are now getting old. And the people you thought were old are now like really, really old. And then you're old. You're about to die. That got promotion to senior project. How do you do this, Lazy Fangs? You've gotten promoted like a million times in the past year. And all you do is you sit and watch my stream all day instead of working. Okay, I joke about that. You do work, but it's crazy. Got a sum of 2 pay increases and 1 promotion within the last year. Wild. I don't think that's necessarily old, just at a time where a CS degree wasn't in demand as much, a lot of them majored in math or engineering. I mean, that's fair, right? Like when I was looking into going to school for like game dev, there weren't really any good degrees on it. It was a very new type of degree to get. And so the programs weren't super fleshed out, and the teachers weren't super great. And it was expensive. Like, I'm just gonna save my money. Hold on, I gotta unhook the CS. My CS, my construction script. I made a degree from a school that's mainly known for their psychology program. I know in the US too, you know, a lot of people, there's like this, what's the word? There's almost this religious like the fucking word I'm looking for? It's like, it's some adoration for colleges and universities, and you know, people tend to think that they have to pay a shit ton of money for that when they could just go to a community college instead of one of the big names. You can get some really great degrees just by going to community college. I know a guy in school who went to one of the oh god, I forget the name of it, but it was one of like the really big names, the schools, for an English degree. Bro, just read some books, man. It's just English. Just read some books. It's not that difficult. Go to a community college. You pay like 1/5 the price at least of one of these giant names. Yeah, you went to community college for the first 3 years. Like, oftentimes they're closer. If you're in state, it's so much cheaper. Started with middle school math because I was stupid. I mean, it happens. A lot of the times too, that's just a fault of like the of bad teachers. I was 2 years advanced in math and 1 year advanced in English in school up until I reached high school, and I had a really bad math teacher who, his method of teaching was, okay, today you're going to be doing this chapter in the book. Go do it. He didn't teach. And then I fell behind. Asshole. He was an asshole too. He accused me in front of the other kids in the class of being on drugs. Like, not in a joking way. Like, actually, I was depressed in school, and he was like, "Are you on drugs?" That helped, buddy. Thank you, sir. That's gonna motivate me to work harder. You in drugs now? No, just alcohol. The thing is, I've still never done drugs, and I only started drinking when I got to Poland, so like 5 years ago. I had some terrible teachers. I had a terrible chemistry teacher too. I just failed out of the, well, I didn't fail out of the class. Well, I did, but I wasn't bad at chemistry. I just didn't do the work because I hated her. She was very mean. And she gave me zeros because I took notes in a different way than she wanted me to take notes. Like, I took notes in a way that I learned best. And because she didn't like my note-taking method, she failed me. So I just stopped trying. I was like, fuck it. I think some of the professors I had in college are pretty bad, though. Yeah, it happens. I've heard a lot of similar stories here in Poland, too. I think it's everywhere, right? Fuck such teachers, yeah. Okay, so I like fell behind in math, and then I had to take some like remediary class the next year to catch up in math, and unironically had the best math teacher I've ever had. That guy, he didn't even care if you came into the next day with your homework half finished. You could just say, "Teacher, I didn't understand this problem," and I left it blank. And so he would do it up on the board, he would explain it, and you could copy it down, and then he would grade the papers after everybody's questions about the problems in that chapter were answered. Then he would grade them. So you could very easily pass the homework. But he just enabled people to, he was like, he didn't, how do I put it? Like, he didn't punish us for being wrong or for not understanding. All he cared about was teaching and getting us to understand how something works. And yeah, he was an amazing teacher. And if you ever needed help after class, he would stay there as long as needed to help anyone after class. Like after school was done, right? What a fucking amazing guy. Okay, I think that's set up. Atopo. Porin. Not sure it's delaying replying, in fact. I really want to share what happened. That's fine. But listening to your past experiences, I can say with certainty that unfortunately they were very similar. Yeah. Yeah, you do not have to share what happened. It's one hell of an industry. The one story I really like to share is that I worked at a place where eventually they, it's, oh god, it's a whole long, let's just say it's a long story, but it ended up with them locking me in the building and refusing to open the door and letting me go after I quit. And saying they called the police, but that didn't happen. That was a fun place. I did not work there very long. I didn't care much about passing when I was in high school. Wasn't really planning on going to college. I only decided to because I didn't really know what to do with my life. Yeah, I didn't know what to do either. I just know that I loved games. And I didn't know how to turn that into something that I wanted to do. Or I knew I wanted to be a game designer, but I had no way of knowing how to get in there. They called the police on who themselves? Yeah, I was like, they told me at the end, they're like, we locked the doors and we called the police. I'm like, great, because it's like they'll just let me out. You can't hold me here. I can just go home then. Which they did, let me out like 10 minutes later. After one of my former colleagues who worked there told them he would sue them if they didn't let me out. So, shout out to that guy. He knows who he is. And then we set the type to max. Some high level of absurd right there. It was something. They didn't like me. They didn't like me because I had well, here's the thing, like they hired me and I was getting all my work done from the person who was my lead, right? All the work he gave me, I had done. I was caught up to date. He didn't even have anything more to give me. So, it was around Christmas time and I was sick with a really, really bad sinus infection. Like, just constant blood coming out of my nose. It was really bad. But I didn't want to go to the doctor because I didn't have health insurance at the time. And all I knew, it was long enough that basically all I could do was just wait it out. Just sleep, rest, drink water, and just sleep it off. And so they told me, we need proof that you are sick. Or, you won't get paid for these days that you're sick. I was like, guys, I live a minute walk away from the office. You can just visit me. You can look in my trash can where it looks like the Red Sea was split, okay? Just, what do you want? Like, you're gonna have to go to a doctor. It's like, guys, I can't I'm tired. I'm dead. I'm fatigued. I don't want to get up, get on a bus, and go to some doctor office and come back after he tells me to just sleep and drink water. I'm like, no, I'm not getting that. And yeah, that's what was coming out of their mouth essentially at that point. So I don't think that they liked that I just refused to do that. And so the next, basically after the time that I was sick, they were like very quiet about me. And then I noticed on a popular job posting site that they had listed my job position on there. And so I asked them about it. And they're like, well, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Maybe we're looking for a new designer. Maybe we're looking for another one. I was like, okay. And then the CEO tried to physically drag me to the office. But she tried to pull me out of my desk. Like, she grabbed my arm and tried to pull me out of the desk in front of everybody, which made me very upset. It was very public. It was very public the way that they kind of were trying to punish me. Okay, well, no, that happened after. So the first thing they did, they wanted to talk to me. And it was about my work performance. So I was like, okay, can we have my lead in here, the lead designer? They're like, no. I'm like, well, if we want to talk about my work, I want to have my lead in here so that he can testify that I've been doing my work. No. I'm like, then I refuse to talk until my lead is in here. No. And so I just left. I left the room. And that's when she came to my desk and she tried to pull me from my desk because they were basically going to fire me, right? They wanted to use the work performance as an excuse to fire me. I didn't give them the chance. I quit first. And then that's when the whole thing it hit the fan so fast. It was so fast that I didn't even know what to say or do. It's kind of a blur at this point. I guess it classified as being traumatized, but it's kind of, I don't know. I don't like to label it as that. And so I quickly quit. I tried to leave. They wouldn't let me leave. Then they silently came down and opened up the door. And then afterwards they had a big meeting with everybody in the okay, so I left. I waited outside. I was crying my fucking ass off because it was just a horrible experience, all of it. And pretty much all the guys came out to console me, to help me. They were very nice. They said they would try to find some, other work for me. They would talk with their friends. And then when they went back in, I heard that they had a big meeting about what happened. And they said that they locked the doors because they thought I was on drugs and they were trying to protect me. It's yeah. It's basically, if I didn't have a job, I wasn't allowed to be in the country. And there was cultural shock, right? There were cultural issues that were different here that I didn't understand as well. And that played a part. And then there was maybe some language barrier issues. It wasn't like I was completely off of fault, but from a work standpoint, I was getting all of my work done ahead of time, and they refused to pay me once on time, and it was a time when I had, you know, not enough money to survive for the weekend, and so I was upset. Like, just, I don't know, it was a whole mess. It was a mess. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. It wasn't great. I will never forget that experience, let's put it that way. That's true. They did. They chose. Everybody likes a, I guess everybody likes a good quitting story, right? But I don't know if that was the greatest one. From my experience, it's been pretty good for a first tech job. Any experience is better than what I went through, so I hope to God nobody ever has that shit happen to them. Jesus Christ, that was just terrible. Oddly enough, I've quit all the places that I've worked at. I've never been fired. Although I think it's because I can tell when I'm about to be fired and I quit before I get fired. That's probably the reason. Nice friendly onboarding team. They also have drop-ins for code coaching or whatever they call in to have a mentor help out. That's really nice. Well, like a lot of companies in Poland that pride themselves that they are having all calls in Polish. It's not because they are racist, but rather because a lot of people even IT can't do English. This is a way to bring talent. Do you mean calls in English or calls in Polish? Calls in Polish. Really? They pride themselves on that? I mean, again, like it's Poland. Of course, people speak Polish, right? But it's kind of a weird thing to pride yourselves in, especially in IT. You know, when IT is very much a like multilingual kind of thing. You don't need to know English as we don't have anybody who can't speak Polish. I did see that, even in game dev. And for me, the game dev scenario was pretty similar, where I'm surprised that there are so many companies here that don't speak much English. Because there's a huge need for knowing English in game dev, in my opinion. That's maxed. That's maxed. It's like an American company priding themselves on not outsourcing their labor to other countries. That's a good point. I mean, there's some of that's understandable, right? Companies that will hire you only because of English. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that one. Alright, I think we can place some animals in here. Like when you ask him to Polish people how to become writer, 90% of them will say, you can't, you need to be native English. Such a bad experience, this should not be the normality. I did the same, by the way, after they refused to listen to me for the 4th time and belittling what I was going through. I understand they didn't care for belittling. Didn't care what belittling, didn't feel right, I left immediately. That happened to be very, I'll just say a very similar thing happened to me recently, where I was trying to make some changes to the production of the company and the way that we did it, because I felt like the reason we were having like massive crunch, then the reason why our qualities of games weren't very good, that it's all stemmed from the early bad decisions made in production. And I was trying to say we need to think about this and make changes to pre-production and actually, define what it means to have certain phases like prototype, vertical slice, first playable, shit like that, so that we can have a better understanding as a team of whether or not we've met these stages. So I was trying to set up meetings, because I was a lead at that point, of I want to talk with my other fellow leads so that we can understand what I did that was good for them as a designer and what I could have improved, right? And for some reason, the management of the company saw this as they first said that I was being disloyal and trying to sabotage the company, and that I was intentionally wasting time by doing this. And they basically, I was trying to say like, hey, I'm trying to do this because I want to fix production issues. And I was laughed at, like, actually laughed at in that meeting at the claim that I was trying to do this to help with production. And so I just quit. I was just like, you don't actually care. You don't have any trust in me, so why should I work here if you don't trust me? Feels like I'm placing Pokemon in the world. I can be scared for my career. And I think it just depends. I think it depends who you work for. I think you can't avoid all that, but most places that are, ironically, most places that are successful over here, at least in Poland, model their companies off of US companies. Gotta place them all. The places that don't seem to work or have this bad attitude, you often see them that they are holding on to this kind of like older style of running a company, which seems to be something that is very regional specific due to some like ex-communist type of mentality. Or I don't know, Cuthbert could define it a bit better than me, but this is what I've heard from people here in Poland. It's just there's these competing mentalities of the old ways of doing business from when the communists were in control of the company, or in control of the country, and now some new, younger styles. But yeah, it is a long talk. See, English language priority for non-English companies to hire you in Poland. I bet that was answered right. Let's place one there. I kind of want to see my borders so that I don't place them outside of the borders. Hold on. Level barriers. Chad, do you want to hear a story about Polish mentality? Let's hear it. This is story time mode, right? You'll be much better about speaking this than I am, because I'm literally just repeating the things that I've heard from people like you. Like, think about moving to Japan, hear that working there is shit. Yeah. My fiance could tell you some pretty bad stories about working in Japan. I've been there, it's beautiful, it's a great, it's a wonderful country, there's some cool stuff there. But I would not want to work there. Place some snail-os around the tree. Kind of fun. Here, Germany's nice, but very competitive. I've heard that too. I'm Czech, but you're free to go. I have to visit more of Czechia. I've only been to... Oh god, where was I? It was many years ago. Czechia. Oh, I went to Ostrava, but it wasn't on vacation. That's another story. I can tell you guys that story about the reason why I had to go. I had to go to Ostrava for 24 hours, or bad shit was gonna happen. That's a wild story, that's for sure. Oh, let's play some snails in the cave. I'm gonna play some snails down here. One in 15th, 16th centuries had a really fucked up system. Oh my god, you're going back to the 15th and 16th century. Oh my gosh, let's do it. Let's do it. Welcome to the History Channel, sponsored by Microraptor Games. Peasants that worked for lords and had zero or nearly zero rights. Do. Ironically, the Skyrim music for this kind of talk is it's really on point. I mean, is this still influencing business tactics of the Polish today, though? And I'm asking that sincerely, you know, because I come from the U.S., right? Very young country, so it's just kind of crazy for us Native Americans. It's crazy for us Americans to consider it this way. You know, if I could dual citizenship in Poland, I would have to refer to myself, because I would have Polish citizenship, right? I would still have to refer to myself as a Native American, but then if I say that to other Americans, then it starts to become something different. Expats. That's why the term expat even that's true. It's just expat kind of sounds, I don't know. There's something a little weird about calling myself an expat. That's just me though. There's no reason for it to sound weird other than I just think it sounds weird. Do. Hey August, how you doing? It's going great. We've set up some critters and we're placing them in the level. Joined at a good time. Okay, we have 6 Nalos, 3 Shagas, 3 Rakos. We can place some more boars. Owners need to make their money go, so they use a lot of really bad tactics. I just love how we have these two conversations going, it's great. When you leave, you're betraying the homeland. Also, just more so out of curiosity, how do you do your taxes? I have to pay, okay, so when I had a job here, I had to pay taxes twice. But I could claim on US taxes that I was paying overseas taxes, and so some of it was reduced, but I also didn't make enough money over here in Poland to even qualify for US taxes, but I still have to file twice. So it's hell. It's absolute hell. Taxes when you live in another country as a US citizen suck. We got invaded by Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Got split apart, yeah. Looks like the game is flourishing already. I feel like you save up 500 points, and then like you have a notification, like you have 500 points. Fart time. Hate that tax system. Yeah, it's really bad. It really sucks doing taxes in 2 countries. Let's run around and see how it looks with these. 3 boars, 5 butterflies. 3 shagas, 6 snailos, 3 porins, 3 platypos. I might renounce it. I wouldn't do that. There's a lot of value to the US passport. It can open up a lot of doors, that's for sure. But you know, like now that I have my own company and I just live in Poland, I don't have to pay Polish taxes right now. Stegi decided to use my break day to mod a custom engine build and add a new shader model. Oh boy, that sounds terrible. Let's find some animals. Let me get rid of the tutorial. There's a boar. It's hanging about. So you have an American company in Poland. I have, yeah, I mean, there's nothing tying it to Poland apart from me just being here in Poland, right? But it is a U.S. registered, Wisconsin registered business. That very soon will have its name and logo registered as a trademark. I think either this month or next month it will finally have finished processing. Well, it's like I was living here, right, and I wanted to start a company. So I just was looking, would it be better to, you're not Wisconsin, would it be better to start, you know, have the company formed in Poland or in the US? And it was much better in the US. The tax code for businesses is way, way better in the US. The tax code here in Poland for businesses is fucking terrible. There aren't enough animals. I need more animals. I need more. Location fraud. Me and Poland get rid of the peasant laws, but a way of working for employer was same as in lords' farms in both ways. So employee think employer should be abused. So you should steal from work, you should avoid doing anything and get paid. An employer thinks employee should be abused, same as in farm, and you should stand above him and watch if he is not stealing, not taking break, or any other action. Man, that sounds exactly like my experience sometimes here in Poland. I'm gonna hide the foliage layer. Hold on. That will help. I just do what's asked me, collect my paycheck. That's my problem. That is my problem. Is like, I can't do that when I'm in game dev. Every time I was stirring up shit, or like I was gonna go complain about a problem we had in our companies, people would tell me just to do my work. It's like, yeah, but then the game won't be as good as it could be. Like, yeah, but it's like, you're gonna stir up shit. It's like, yeah, but like, I'm not in the industry just to make money. What is more, Polish bosses expect you to work as slave, so you should always be on call, and then they'll pay you less than you should. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that. There's also just unhealthy business practices that you can have as a whole. you know, I worked for just. Are you interviewing like game dev? Do you want a really interesting GDC talk that I think will? There's this talk here, No Mavericks, No Martyrs, Sustainable Collaborative Production by Carrie Patel from Obsidian Entertainment. 30 minutes. One of the best talks I've heard about just how enabling bad practices such as overwork or putting in that extra hour to get a feature done is actually sometimes a really bad thing for the company as a whole, and how a leadership that enables or rewards this sets bad precedent and view of how you rise in a company for other employees who may have to, you know, go home to take care of their kids. Like maybe if you know, Paul over there is working 8 hours a day non-stop to get some feature done, and he does 2 extra hours of work and gets paid a bit more, and he gets rewarded for it with promotions or a raise. Now other employees think that they have to do the same thing that Paul's doing to get the same level of treatment and promotion as him. And this can spiral out of control, that even though Paul really likes making games and he's doing it because he loves games, it actually sets a really bad precedent for the entire company, and can just lead to a lot of like burnout or bitter feelings. So if any of you are interested, this kind of opened my mind about how we should probably approach working, and that it's really good to be enthusiastic and passionate, but it shouldn't be rewarded to a point where other people on the team feel like they have to do that same level of overwork to get paid or promoted. Maybe I didn't explain it as well as I could, but it's a very good talk. I'm gonna listen to that right now. Thank you for sharing. See you in 30 minutes. I really enjoyed it. I think that some people in the comments were like, oh, this is why Obsidian doesn't make good games anymore. It's like, no, that's not what, it's not saying that people shouldn't work hard or be passionate. It just means that a company that is rewarding that can oftentimes lead to really bad practices. We need to get used to having promotions not be the only way to get a raise. Yeah, I agree with that. Wait, you can go in this corner? I have nothing in this corner. I'm putting a boar back here. You guys can find the boar in the corner. That's why Poland is by Eurometrics one of the most divided society in earnings. That's considering how much the average person is getting paid. We have a lot of super wealthy people. So conclusion is Poland is artificially forcing itself to stay cheap labor country. We can't compete with China or Vietnam, and owners of business are getting away with paying more. When I was recruiting for co-dev and game dev, best paying companies were based in Ukraine. You know what you do, you should be able to just stay in the best position for you while getting a raise. Yeah, I think to me, as somebody who will have to end up hiring people, right? I don't want to look for people that just are like really good at what they do and are going to work for like 12 hours, do overwork, and are available on weekends and shit. I'd rather look for people who fit, number one most important thing, fit our values as a company. Because the moment you start to have that divide in company culture, you have these two opposite forces working for different goals, or have different even methods for reaching those goals. So number one, culture and values. Number two, are they good at what they do, but even more so, are they willing to be humble, talk about what they don't know, and be active at learning, be good learners? Because that to me means, okay, this employee may not be as good as this potential employee, but they are very interested in learning. They're not going to be a bad learner because they're humble, and we can get them, pushing forward, snowballing on that pathway towards being that master, right? And I want people who are very open to just providing the best quality product they can, and doing it because they enjoy games and love the players. It doesn't matter if they make mistakes sometimes. It doesn't matter if they have a day where they need to just mentally rest. It's all understandable. It happens. I want people at their best, doing their best. And I don't think that you get the best when you have those kinds of bad practices with like hiring or promoting people who are overworked. And holy shit, did that GDC talk open my eyes that a company I was working at was doing exactly that. That all the people who got the best promotions and the best positions, they constantly said yes to opportunities. Not a bad thing. But even when they weren't good at it, they would just overwork themselves. And they would say, oh, I spent all weekend working on this. And so now they're getting paid more because they're doing more work. And me, somebody who started to realize that when I was overworking, I was coming home upset and angry, and I was stressed, and I was treating myself poorly and treating people around me poorly, I eventually just cut that off and said, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not overworking. I'm done. If I need to stay at work another hour just to finish something up once in a while, not a big deal, it happens. But I'm not working on weekends. I'm not crunching. I'm going home. That I stopped getting promotions, and they stopped looking at me as somebody who would go above and beyond. And that's when I realized I was working at a toxic workplace that didn't care about me or my health at all. I love it. It's the perfect way to break up the tension. Sure smells toxic. I know, I'm ranting about work, guys, I'm sorry. Maybe you don't want to hear it. And if you disagree, I'd love to hear like some counter arguments, because maybe I'm wrong. But at least from what I've seen and felt, this is kind of like the way shit happens. Sorry to hear about your experience. Hope you're happier now. I am so much happier now. I'm not funded, like I don't have an income right now. And I'm okay with that because I'm at least happy. And I know that eventually if I'm happy and I'm making something and people like it, that's what will lead to being able to have a positive bank account again. But this time I'm not selling myself out. What do I not have a lot of? I feel like I've been placing a lot of where are they? They're static meshes. BP. Seven Snailos, 6 Shagas, 6 Rockos. We don't have many portings. Put a bunch of snails by the tower up here. Hope the engine can handle it. I would say it's understandable, but the view is not universal. Yeah, 100%. Different people need different things, so I wouldn't say it's fair to demonize anyone for their personal needs. You're right. You are right. I will say I don't think I will ever have much in common with like the values of people who aren't passionate about what they do, but I just get it. Like sometimes you do what you need to do. It doesn't mean that I don't like them, but I'm never good at explaining it. I can say this. I would not be happy if I wasn't doing what I was passionate about. And we can just leave it at that. I can only speak for myself on this. And for the type of people that I will try to hire at my company. Alright, let's see if that is any better. Should see a bit more moving around. Classic overdoing. I just had to learn that other people won't do things to the level I expect myself to do. And that doesn't mean they're incapable or lazy. I'm just the weird one. Yeah. And I think some people are just better at setting boundaries for themselves. Especially, I see this a lot when like you start to get a family. And I think that it's healthy, right? It's very good. It's a very good thing. To be able to say, nope, I'm at home. I'm not working this weekend. No, I'm spending time with my kid. Whatever it is, I can wait till Monday. And I think it's okay if people want to do extra work and get, paid some overtime, right? If they're saving up for a big purchase or they are, about to, they want to buy a house or whatever, whatever their reasons. I think it's okay. But I don't think that the company should promote or pay these people, give them higher salaries based on their overwork. Because that is where I feel like it starts to become a workplace that incentivizes that type of behavior. And I think it's okay to say, hey, if you want to do this, that's fine, but this is the number of hours that we allow for working more this week. And anything more than that, you won't get paid. And we encourage you to go home. If that makes sense. Look at him bouncing. Let's go see the snails in the cave. Recently started to get better at noticing when other people are getting tired after a 4-hour call. So I can tell them that they're not obligated to work on a thing as long as I would. Not that I was ever doing it out of malice or anything. Yeah. I get what you mean. Where's my snails? I did place them down here. Oh, there's one. I thought I placed like 3 down here. Oh, they're, I forgot they're, it kind of lore accurate snails, I guess. But yeah, they can go in the water. I could block that off if I wanted to, but I'm kind of okay with the snail being in the water. It's kind of cool, actually. Here, take my ball. Wait, I can't throw balls down here? Oh, that's weird. Oh, I bet they're hitting a they're hitting something down here. Hitting this post No, it can't be the post process volume. It must be this one. This occlusion volume. I gotta tell them to ignore that. They raised by humans. What I've seen is that those super stressful periods where people are asked to step up can almost always be traced back to a failure of management to plan intelligently, and if employees keep working extra, then management does not have a reason to improve. Yeah, I would say that too. Also, welcome to the stream. By the way, anybody who follows the stream gets 2 emotes for free, our lurk and our high emote. So if you're an emote hoarder, consider giving us a follow, and you can get two emotes. Can't say much about employer stuff, because I've never had a job in my life. I'm a bit too ADHD to work under someone else, so solo dev is the life for me so far, but I'm definitely learning to accept more help. That's good. When I started out as a junior, I was very defensive, I guess, of my... I think when you're a junior, it's kind of scary because you realize how many people you're competing with, and so you act in ways that you really shouldn't act. And this is not every junior, but I do see it commonly in other juniors, and it was happening to me too. You're afraid to speak up, you're afraid to speak out. You will openly accept overwork because you think that it might mean that you'll get more praise and that you won't be replaced. And I think that's just it's so dangerous. I think that just keeps, it keeps spiraling, it keeps encouraging the cycle to continue. Tech, thank you for the follow, man.
So, you heard anything about any bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. I love Red Dead 2. Good manage some 40-hour work weeks. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. You guys keep up the good work of being chatters. I love talking with you. No, don't run away from me, Piggy. Take the ball. Fucking raccoon. We'll make some different AI types too, so that there's like AI that just roams and doesn't run away. In fact, I could make that now if we really wanted to. Nice Pokemon, yeah. It's kind of what it feels like. I'm just placing Pokemon around the world. At the very least, right now, it is cool just to run into other things that move in the environment. So this was a very good addition. Slime's trying to get away. As slowly as he can. Still better than mainline Pokemon. That is not even a hot take. I agree with you. It'd be cool if they could climb up the trees. But that's a future thing to add. Butterfly. Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge Pokemon fan too. I love Pokemon, but I got in quite a bit of arguments with some. Oh, I have my level barriers on. It's gonna look ugly. With some colleagues earlier, because I just said that mainline Pokemon just milks nostalgia and doesn't really provide much innovation that results in super great new gameplay or games. And then they just have this, they still have this unethical price point of releasing $70 games that you would have to buy 2 of if you want to experience everything. It's just really, really unethical. And they barely ever put their games on sale. I think this is a pretty good number of animals. I don't want it to be too much, but I do like occasionally running into the animal. Yeah, Nintendo does not. Man, I have a Switch, and you know, part of the problem that I don't use my Switch very much just because games are so goddamn expensive on the Switch store. Like, I might play it more if I could get some games at a reasonable price. But regional pricing is not very good in Poland. They give us Western prices, but the amount of money you make in Poland is about 3 to 4 times less than in the West. You know, compared to like euro, US dollar, pound. I think the Mario series actually gets more love from alternate genres than the Pokemon series does. I think that the Mario and Rabbids game was incredibly cool and well made as a crossover type game. This feels like Pokemon. I mean, it's not bad, but it kind of feels like Pokemon right now. Whatever. It feels like Pokemon with alchemy. You're not collecting the animals, but you would be able to. Or sell the once every 7 years, yeah. The only thing I would think that might hurt performance a little bit is that these actors are moving no matter the distance from the player, but that's something that we can get fixed up. We can have their AI sleep if the player's too far away. But you know, I'm only streaming at 30 FPS, and we're still an editor, and I don't notice anything major regarding this, so I don't think they're hurting the FPS that bad. It's a very simple AI. Just checking for new points and moving to it. Is there a way to do that without constantly checking the distance of the player? So you can do it the other way around. You could have the player constantly checking if something is within a certain radius, and then if it's of a certain class or, you know, has a certain interface, then tell its AI to start moving. I think that way would actually have fewer queries than if each individual AI was checking if the player was nearby. But I'm not an expert on that. I think for me not being a level designer, this level isn't too bad. It's not great. But we're slowly starting to add some life and activity, additional things to do. Oh no, the animals could be stuck under here. Just ignore what you see right now. Just ignore that. We don't have swimming yet. Worried about adding too many things on the player character. I think it's a good worry to have. But for the most part, depending on what you put there, it's not going to be too big of a deal. But I feel the exact same way to you, right? Like, just always have that performance worry in mind with my systems. But at least from what I found building this level, most of the performance, It comes from the art. It's just, the scene is very dense. And even stuff that I thought was pretty intense logic, like my alchemy table here, it isn't that bad. It's barely costing me anything. Gonna be a level design, but this looks so aesthetically pleasing and complete already. Well, thank you for that. You know, I'm hoping it'll look that way to the publishers as well. Because, you know, that's the goal, right? Get some funding, get some of the funding from publishers. I think we're gonna seek some funding from Epic Mega Grants as well. And hire a team that can bring this to life in an even better way than you see now. Because these are all just placeholder assets from different packs, and you have different colors and styles on display. Because I already have an occlusion check and sunlight check on tick, not really on tick. Like, think of it this way, you know, you have this day-night system, right? And a weather system, and all of that is doing stuff on tick. Even like our snow here is going to slowly cover all of the materials, and it has to do that on tick, so it can handle a lot more than we give it credit for. I'll put it that way. But I'm in the same boat as you. I have a lot of like fear of that happening. I do like our snow. Oh, we need to make the snow... Well, maybe we don't make the snow cover the animals. I can make them just receive wetness from the rain. But maybe for the snow, we don't cover them in snow. I'll have to think about that. You should just make a big sphere collision on each NPC so that they activate when players are close enough. I used to do that too, and sometimes I still do that. And maybe it's okay, but I'm not sure it is. That's my alternate solution. I don't know if it'll perform better, but I think it will perform better. But it could have slowdowns if you have this giant sphere collision that's checking everything that overlaps with it. I mean, obviously it would just check, does it like implement interface, or probably interfaces would be the best option, right? So you just check, does the overlapped component or actor implement interface? If so, send a quick message to like wake up the AI. Maybe that'll work. You could make a separate like object channel too for, well, it would be characters, right? I don't know. You could see if it runs better. Where did all my where did all the animals go? I feel like they all disappeared. I mean, they're roaming around, so I guess they just kind of no winter animals, yeah. Actually, that's a good point. Here's one. Yeah, I could make them collect snow. I don't know if they use a master material, though. I really don't want to have to update like 10 million materials. Oh god, they don't. They don't use a master material. Wonderful. Do we just add a single sphere trace around my player every tick, or just make a single sphere collider on my player? That's a really good question. It wouldn't even have to be every tick, right? You could do it probably every like half a second. So maybe the sphere trace by object channel. And then you set everything that you want to wake up as a separate object type. And that way it'll just ignore everything that isn't that object type. And maybe then you can get out actors, right? The hit actors, and for each tell set up a blueprint interface or something. I think like a sphere trace of a certain radius around your player every half second by object channel might be an optimal way to do it. Poor animals caught out in the bad weather at night. Yeah, I feel like the sphere collider would have to check everything, and that would probably be less performant than a sphere trace. How about you, snails? How are you doing with the rain? You guys are fine. You guys don't mind. A bit too dark, Shadow Skylight. It is pretty... Okay, so there's two things. So, you have the nighttime, which is not too bad, but then it's combined with the storm. So you have like the clouds blocking the moon. So when the moon's fully visible, it's not too bad, but when the clouds are blocking the moon, it certainly does get pretty dark. When it's snowing and overcast, or when you have the rain, or the thunderstorm specifically. Use skylight. So I can't use a skylight because I'm using the ultra dynamic sky and weather, and you can't have any other types of lights like that in the scene. But I can adjust the nighttime darkness or the cloud coverage at night at certain weather periods. The stream also looks a bit darker than it will if you play it yourself. Classic stream issues, right? I think the nighttime with no clouds doesn't look too bad. That's too dark? Is it? Is your monitor brightness really low? The whole game is about nighttime? You spend a lot of time tweaking those? Is it too dark? You guys have to tell me what you think. If you play the build, you have to tell me what you think. An overly bright monitor. Even with streams that will look darker than playing, this still is too dark. Man, I don't know. I do not know. Night brightness, I just saw it. Night brightness is 0.4, default is 1. So default, this is, it looks like this brightness. Hold on. Let everything update. This is default night brightness. I had it at 40% of this. Because I felt like it was a little too easy to see things at nighttime. It's pretty bright. Like, maybe it is more realistic, but it probably certainly helps the weather too. I don't know. Meant to be a Starlight's game, I shouldn't feel too dark, but yeah, unless it's survival, then ignore me. I don't know. I mean, it's not really a survival game. It's more like casual. I could just make it a gameplay option, right? Like, I don't think there's going to be anything in the game that is built around how well you can see at night, so I'll just make it like an accessibility option of max night brightness or something. And just let the player tweak it to their desire. I like giving players those kinds of options. Like, if you really want night brightness of 0, go ahead. If this is your thing, if this is your jam, I'm, you know, more power to you, I guess. Take a look at a bit of my game. Yeah, you can send your game. This is really dark. This is definitely like horror vibes level of. You can use our current debug arc with the emissive properties to see where you're going. Yeah, that's dark. That is dark. Oh, you know what I could do? Hold on. Let me do something. We can have some fun. It's okay, it's too dark now. Hold on. I want to try this. I want to see if it looks cool. It looks like really scary. But I have to set the default to like 0.1 or something really low. I can't see anything unless there's lightning. Well, this is certainly kind of scary. Can't see anything. Kind of fun. I think for me, like somewhere between 0.4 and 0.6. But I do have my I do have my brightness on max on my monitor. So I probably shouldn't balance the game around that necessarily. Give me 1 sec, you guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And I will be right back. You can enjoy the nighttime and the animals. And I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. World premiere. Immersion mode. There he goes. I'll be right back. A darkened stream of wearing ghosts will come steal my cookies. A green coke. Wait, I gotta do this. Mode off. Teleport to the game I saw. You were better. Really hot in my room though. Oh, did you see Blue Dick Boy walk in front of you? His name is Blue Dick Boy, and he's called that because he, well, I think it speaks for itself, right? Don't have a good clip of my knife time in my game, but here's like a dark area. Yeah, go for it. Bro, your startup logo is so good. Sorry, I just had to say that. That's so awesome. I need an animated logo. This Mr. some blue balls.
You'll want to walk this way. And then you'll see.
I do like that.
Ah,
Are we using the same trees?
what's this?
That'd be funny.
Okay. And then you'll see.
That's like really bright nighttime. That's like full moon bright time. Oh, they just look similar? I mean, I like that our games have similar stylization. That we could do some cross promotion.
You'll want to walk this way. And
There
then
aren't enough stylized games in Unreal, in my opinion.
Ah,
Everybody sees Unreal 5, they want to make something like super uber realistic.
I'll walk this way.
But it's so good for stylization too. Especially with
Then
Lumen.
you'll see. Ah,
I'll think about it. I'll tweak the darkness values, or I'll let the player kind of choose. Get a point to not have pure black shadows, just basic art fundamental stuff. I mean, you would understand more art fundamentals than me because I am not an artist. This is my art, okay? Ooh, look, ingredient balancing. My favorite. This is what I think is art. I do like that though. And your is this your landscape material? Still art is art. Who am I to gatekeep it? I really like that. I'll have to you'll have to show me more of your game. And if you get any demos, just throw them in chat or something. Throw a link, or send it to me on Discord, and I can play it on stream. Give some feedback if you want. I'm all for it. I like it though. Gotta go take care, guys. No worries. Take care, Green Coke. Thank you for the for showing up, and thank you for chatting. We're just still working on the demo, but I would love feedback. Yeah, no worries. I have to put a big asterisk when people, you know, ask about my game, because it is, like, it's just a prototype, right? Like, we're deleting, it sounds bad, but we're deleting everything once we start working on vertical slice. You know, proper code architecture, proper assets. Like, it's starting from scratch, but not really, because we use this to, as an example, as a reference, along with our GDD, to then build the game properly. Okay. Yeah, we have animals. I think I guess I did what I wanted to do today. I kind of put them as low value to add, but I'm glad we did it. Horrible dungeon. I'm talking to a friend of mine who's a level designer about a explorable kind of like mine shaft area. In which case we can put some other types of animals down there. Totally get that my current project file is a rebuild of my prototype. And I mean, I think to me that's the way to do it, right? Is rebuilding that. Oh wait, you can see a bit more of some of my assets on Twitter. Let me grab it for you. Yeah, go ahead. And give you a follow too. Yeah, us indie devs and solo devs, we kind of just, it's kind of just a circle jerk. And I'm all for it. I'm all for it, right? If the AAA guys can do it, we can do it too. But I really like following people with like similar games or similar art styles, because then we can just kind of, we probably have some crossover in market. And the Twitter's totally, it really is a circle jerk. But it's like, it's not without point, right? Like if I make Cauldron Chronicles here and I'm starting to like circle jerk for somebody making like an FPS game, there isn't much crossover between our markets. But with ours, probably, with like some of the stylization, I think there is. Is this their main character? Oh my god. Yeah, but the way the arms are held out, it's so great. It's like, it's very anime style, kind of like child running, but it looks, and I mean, that's exactly what I love about it. It's so cute. Main character's the little blue, okay, little blue flame. That outfit. Did you do the character design and animation yourself, or do you have somebody else that works on that? He plays the wisp that can possess humans. Oh, that's pretty cool. You do everything, Jesus Christ. You are 100% an artist. I can tell it. How do you feel about like game balancing? Are you good at that too? I like your occlusion. Did you do the occlusion scripting yourself? Because I remember I used to use an old asset for like camera occlusion that looked kind of similar, but it didn't look as good as this. I'll show you concept art, but I don't have it posted anywhere yet. Yeah, no worries. If you get anything in the future, you can drop it in here. Yeah, it looks really good. Your stylization is really nice. I love the colors with the flowers, you know, and the horizon and sky being the same. It just feels good. The amount of light that's being emitted is like, it's not too bright, but it's just enough. This feels very good, and it looks really nice. I did have the original version, but I found a slightly better version on the marketplace, so I bought that and combined them. Maybe the one that I used is better now, because the one that I used, this was many years ago, like 6 or 7 years ago, it was all right. Maybe they improved it. Oh my god, these are all just so cute. I can float higher. I love it. It's a nice dialogue system too. How long have you been working on the game? Yeah, it looks nice. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I understand that, right? I get worried about showing placeholder stuff to other people, but other devs showing it to me. Same length I've been learning Unreal. How long is that? And did you have any experience before that? Because you are a really good artist. I have to outsource my art to the marketplace. February last year, that's not very long. Jesus, dude, that's amazing. You make good progress. Illustrator for 15 years? Well, it certainly shows, I'll tell you that. I'm just a systems designer and technical designer, so like I can make good systems and script them well and, you know, design it all, get it blueprinted. But anything related to art, brick wall. That's my brain. You know those like old memes, like this is your brain on drugs? This is, you know, this is your brain on alcohol? That's just my brain normally when I have art things that I have to do. And then when I'm on alcohol, it's even worse. Actually, sometimes I work better, like a little bit buzzed. I shouldn't admit that, but that is just the way it is. So like for people who, people kind of saw me today just doing the animal stuff, but we have a full alchemy system where you can create, create potions and stuff, and change ingredient states so that it changes their flavor and their effects. And then you can just build potions the way you want to. It's a very open-ended system. Wait, there's no overlap between those? I guess there's like damage mana stuff. Oh well. I keep telling the programmers I know that I'm not a programmer. I'm just an artist, and they scoff every time. Yeah, I do the same thing. I don't know, it's good to be humble about it, right? I know what I'm good at, I know what I'm bad at. I want to be better at the things I'm bad at. But sometimes my brain just doesn't work in the right way to really make that work. That is a nice poison. Damage, health 3, paralysis 2, and slow 2. That is a nice poison. Nice and bad. They start talking about full computer science stuff and they lose me. Exactly. I only know what I know. I just happen to know a variety of things. So it's really useful as a game designer. Game designer for me. Thank you, Lazy Fangs, for the fart. To understand as much about everybody's job as possible, because the better lingo I know, the more I can blueprint and communicate with other departments. So I'm kind of in a similar boat where, and a lot of game designers are in that same kind of place where the more you know, the better you can communicate, and that's really all that game design is. It's not about having ideas, it's not about having good ideas necessarily, although obviously it helps. It's about being able to communicate good ideas and filter good ideas with your game's pillars and your gameplay loop and what the market is expecting or wanting. And I tell that a lot of junior designers don't understand that, but it's something I didn't understand when I was a junior designer. And you realize as you kind of get older and more experienced that being a good designer is not about having good ideas. It's about knowing which ideas are good. And defending the good ones and pushing out the bad ones in a diplomatic but slightly forceful way. Learning about design pillars was huge for me. Really had a huge impact to allow me to revise the game better. Yeah. I've worked with some people that didn't even make design pillars for the game. And so that the team just doesn't understand what the game is supposed to be. I worked with one designer once he didn't want to share the idea because he wanted to be the one with the ideas. Let's just say that game never got made. And he was not working there much longer. And looking at market research is very important. As I said earlier, this is why big game studios have separate teams dedicated to conceptualization, art, design, physics, and gameplay mechanics, programming, debugging. Everything is equally important. Yeah, it is. Tim Kane's video about design pillars is very helpful to me. We watch a lot of Tim Kane on this channel, and we react to him. I really enjoy it. Don't be jealous of the ideas of others. Yes. That's why I tell junior designers, number one, you are not the idea person. Ideas are worth shit. They're easy to have. Everybody has them. This is not your job. Your job is to find the good ideas, to filter them through the pillars which you need to uphold. You need to be standing there in front of the pillars, defending them with your life, and letting the good ideas go through and make it into the game. And, obviously blueprinting it, communicating that to the rest of the team. And the more you know about their job, about the programmers, about the artists, about the sound designers, about QA, the more you know about what it takes to do their job and the difficulties they have on a day-to-day basis, the better you can speak to them and the better you can make your design documents. So ask questions, learn about everything, defend the good ideas, and if somebody comes to you and says this idea that you thought was good is not good because of this reason, and this reason, and they're right, just say, okay, you're right. Let's do it a different way. Butterfly. Hello. No, don't run. Punch them in the face and tell them you're right. You know, we talked about it a bit, right? I think it was because of one of Tim Kane's videos that when you're in a game design position, especially in like a high game design position like lead or creative director, you have to have this weird dichotomy of standing up for things. Really, you need to be defensive to an extent. You need to stand up for it. You need to say, no, this is the right thing. I know it's not made yet, but trust me on this. This is why it'll be good for the players, this, and this reason. And if it just doesn't turn out to be that way, then you need to be able to be like, I was wrong. Let's reconfigure it. And that's really hard to switch between that. I think it takes just like a lifetime to master that communication style. I'm still bad at it, but I'm getting better. My view about sharing game ideas is a little simpler. I don't mind sharing my game and mechanics because they can steal it if they want, but ain't no way anybody else gonna spend 16 hours a day on it like me. Yep. I think people often ask me on stream, like, aren't you worried about sharing your game at this early stage? Like, not really. Because number one, and probably the most important thing is, anybody can have the idea, but not everybody's gonna have the time to make the idea. And if I'm a good designer, I can find a way to make it unique no matter what. It's something I try to speak out about in the industry, is just like, we shouldn't be afraid of sharing early game concepts. I think players need to see that more so that they can tell when they're being scammed by people who say that their game is, you know, in a finished state, but it's really just mock-ups, right? And we do that at the end of every month, kind of with like Kickstarter reviews. We go over all of the games on Kickstarter, as many as we can, and we expose the scams, we expose the frauds, and we talk about the ones that are actually, this is actually a game that looks playable, it is playable, it has a demo, this is a good Kickstarter page for these reasons, this is a bad Kickstarter page for these reasons, you know, why it might succeed, why it might fail, educate people. The better equipped players are of realizing when something is going to be, is meant to scam them, I think the better they can realize when games aren't meant to scam them too. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But yeah, transparency is like key. Here's what a game looks like in prototype. Here's the reason I don't focus on replacing these ugly debug red arrows or replacing shitty font, and I make my ingredients cubes. It's because it just doesn't matter at this stage. It means nothing, and I know that players look at it and say that's ugly. Yes. It's also functional, and it was built into the engine. And it means my prototype build is smaller because I don't have a lot of like 4K textures and nanite models into my build. And that makes it appealing to anybody downloading and wanting to play it. It makes it appealing to publishers who need to download and try it. Because this build has one goal: to get us funded so that we can make the game that we want to make, which is this, but with our own assets, with complete systems, with a larger world, with more NPCs, with voice acting and all this dialogue, you know, a rich narrative. All that costs money, and we get that by making an appealing product, an appealing pitch, and a GDD that is promising, and having a market that is going to make this game profitable to work on. Amber wants to make. I don't want to make a quadruple A game. But I think that the eventual goal for Microraptor Games is to be a triple I company, right? And there was something recently, I think even my previous colleagues over at Red Hook Studios, they announced something. What did they announced something? It's Triple I Initiative. A mysterious teasing page by the studios behind Darkest Dungeon, Risk of Rain, Slay the Spire, Vampire Survivors, V Rising, and many others. I would imagine that this is going to be either a publisher or a like collective that gives grants to indie studios. I don't know that. I have not talked to anybody who's a part of this. But this is very exciting, and this would be a very good thing for the industry. And I applaud my my former colleagues over at the Darkest Dungeon team, or if that's the case, for doing something like this. Because I love all these games, I love all these studios, and I'm excited to see what happens. We shall see. Okay, what do I want to test? Are there any? We're going to take a look at some of the bugs later today. I'm going to have one of my colleagues take a look at the AI. But I think they're okay for now. Animals are working, the nav mesh is fine. That looks nice. Maybe I will buy that computer case after work today and try to cancel that the one that isn't coming. That's really upsetting me. Need more sounds. Yeah, I'm building a new streaming computer because I'm just using a mini PC to stream right now. And it is, it's not going to do much more than it is doing right now. Let's put it that way. Something with discrete graphics cards so that I can offload the encoding to it. Rather than a literal black box the size of my fist with an Intel N95 processor in it. I'll be able to do more overlays, I can have more fun stuff, I can stream and record at 1080p 60 FPS, so all of the YouTube VODs are going to be consistent quality. That'd be good. And just the talk video, thank you again for sharing it. It was a really informative talk, and also heard a little. I reviewed a lot of those dynamics in my previous jobs. Add more fart reverb. You guys in the fart reverb. TD Zombie, do you mean like you had that kind of workplace at some of the places you worked, or that you encouraged it, or I don't know, because it really, that talk opened my eyes, and it was, I just realized that maybe I was also pushing it along a little bit, or I don't know. It's a good talk. Did something similar recently, needed a Windows PC because my production machine is a Mac Studio. Yeah, I've spent a lot of money recently. GPU to run 1,000 fart sounds. So I've, like, cause I told you, like, I can't work from home, right? But I need a home computer, and it needs to be good because I play games at home. And so I have a really, really good computer at home, but I don't work from home. I work from an office. So I had to build a PC capable of running, you know, open world Unreal Engine stuff. So there's another expensive GPU I had to buy, and a whole PC I had to build. And now I'm building at I'm building a new streaming PC, and it's like, well, there's another $1,000 down the drain. At an office right now? Yeah. I rent an office space because I don't like working from home. It's really bad for my mental health. Also, there's a lot of noise and distractions there. And I tried to do it, but I found myself getting distracted easily. I was getting frustrated because of like sounds that I couldn't control, and as much as I love my cat, she doesn't help me focus, and yeah, it wasn't good. Both have been projects in which I have been a martyr without even realizing it. Same. Other projects in which there have been others who have filled the roles of Maverick and Martyr. Also same. And I didn't, you don't think of it as something that's negative, right? Where it's like, no, I care about this game, so I'm gonna, don't worry, you know, I'll work a couple extra hours, I'll put in the time, and then you get promoted, you feel good, like, okay, my dedication is being rewarded. And you don't always realize that maybe that's having a negative effect on the company culture as a whole. It's kind of scary. Used to do that, but I saved so much money working next to my bed, yeah. I mean, I get it. It would certainly be cheaper if I didn't have to build 2 extra PCs and rent an office. Especially when I don't have an income right now. It would 100% be cheaper. But it also would not be good for my health. For me. So, this has been good. I don't care for the bed. I used to just sleep on the floor at the office. Then my spine, my back issues are terrible. And I don't know what it is. I think it's either the way that I sleep or my, I don't know. Probably my stupid mattress. When's food for you? Need that energy to work better? I eat some breakfast on the way to work. Like a sandwich or some stuff from Biedronka. It's like the supermarket, right? And then I just kind of push through until dinner time. So like then when I leave and I go home, I have some nice food right away. Fasting month? I mean, sometimes I should do that. I should eat lunch, but I don't. I just kind of stream over lunchtime. Do you guys want to see me play the tutorial, like play the game as intended? It's kind of simple, like it's very bare bones. We've only been working on it for like 60 days, but I can show it to you. Okay, I can read some of this out, like, right? My goals will be to complete the tutorial. It'll help guide me on what to do. Explore the open world, find ingredients, process and analyze ingredients to find best combination. So if you don't know about our game, it's called Cauldron Chronicles. In short, open world, fantasy, stylized alchemy game where the potions you make affect the fate of the NPCs that you give potions to. So it's very open-ended and it's going to be very morally, what's a good word? Like, I don't want to say morally open-ended too, but you can fuck over the NPCs if you want. They might ask for a health potion, you give them poison. Morally ambiguous, that's a good one. And I don't want to push any narrative or viewpoint onto the player. That's really not who I am. I want to give the player interesting scenarios and let them decide what they want to do with that scenario. So, you know, not about pushing my agenda, but about letting players live their agenda in the game. For better or worse, I guess, right? If you want to help the needy, fuck over the evil, cool. If you want to help the evil and fuck over the needy, cool. See what happens, maybe something fun. More of like sandboxy in nature, right? So I will say, like, just to put that asterisk next to this, everything artistic is placeholder, but it is representative of the final stylization. This is a prototype map, so it is representative of some of the things that we'll have in our map, but it is not the final map. And finally, the effects that you see on potions are ripped out of Elder Scrolls right now. That does not mean that we will have those effects in our final game. They were just used because they are readily available and are testable at the moment. So every ingredient has positive and negative effects, or all positive or all negative, and you simply collect them like you would in, well, Elder Scrolls or something, or any other game where you collect ingredients. There's all kinds. There's flowers, there's mushrooms, there are animal parts that you will eventually be able to harvest directly from the animals themselves, or from enemies that you fight with your potions. Not representational final product, pretty much. There's crystals that you can find out in like caves or sometimes in the overworld, but mostly in caves. There will be fish that you'll be able to obtain from fishing. Like for instance, you might be able to throw a potion at some of these guys here, potions that you make to be able to deal damage. So maybe there's a fire slime and you can't hurt them with a fire type of potion, but you could hurt them with something that doesn't do fire damage. So everything you collect, you know, has its own set of ingredients, or has its own effects that can happen, and its own flavor. I will say too that the flavor system right now needs to be overhauled. So that's on the docket, let's say. But for now, this is part of the gameplay loop. You walk around, you explore, you discover new things, collect ingredients, and then you go and you create potions. And for reference, I am streaming at 30 FPS, and I'm an editor, so performance is kind of shit. Build game runs better. And then you have your alchemy table, right? So there are three kind of parts of this alchemy table. You have your alchemy station with your cauldron. You have your processing station. So this is where you can take ingredients and you can do things to them to change their effects and their flavor. And you have your shelf of ingredients that you find out in the open world. So these are your jars of ingredients. This just kind of represents everything related to that ingredient. So like your flowering bush, we've collected 2 flowering bush ingredients, and we can send these to the alchemy station directly to then do alchemy with them, you know, make potions, or we can send them to the processing station where we can then change them into different states. So we can grind up this this flour, and there are no animations at the moment for it. It is instant, but we would like to have something so it's a bit more immersive, and you might be required to push that, you know, mortar into it. Or is it the pestle? Probably the pestle, right? The pestle is probably the stick. Well, you would be able to, you know, see it being ground up and grind it up yourself. Same with like cooking it or cutting it up. So we can see here that the flowering bush has like restore health 2, resist poison 2, damage stamina 2, and damage stamina regen 2. And if we grind it up, it actually makes the restore health effect better, but makes the resist poison worse. But it also brings the damage stamina regen down to damage stamina regen 1. And it changes the flavor a bit, makes it less sweet, more bitter, and more sour. Again, flavors are going to be overhauled. So we can process this into the ground version of it, and if we send this, like, let's say back to our shelf, we can go back to our shelf and we can see that we've discovered the ground variant of this, and so now we remember it. And we have one ground variant of the flowering bush, but we don't have any of the normal anymore. we do on our table, and we could send this back to our shelf as well. So kind of makes sense. Collect ingredients, change ingredients to change their effects and their flavor, and then you can use any combination of those ingredients in the alchemy itself with a few caveats. So number one is you can't use the same type of ingredient twice, and that goes for different states of that ingredient too. So for instance, if I put flowering bush in there that's ground up, I can't put another type of flowering bush in there. As you can see. And you can't process an ingredient twice. So if you do change like the flowering bush into, I keep sending it to the wrong table. If you change it into like the dried variant, I can't change it anymore. Can't modify it any further, and it couldn't even be modified as fermented, but I could like grind it, but of course it's already been processed, so I can't process it again. That's just to save me on not having to have a million different variants of ingredients. Because imagine if you have 6 ingredients of that, and then each of those could be changed again, then you have this cascading exponential effect of ingredient types. That would be really tough to manage. Our goal right now is just to like make any potion. So we can see here like our blue crystal has regenerate mana 2, resist magic 2. We can try making like a mana potion. Elder Mist has regenerate mana 2, so maybe we could make a potion with these two. So the way the potion making works is you need to have at least 2 effects of the same type to get that effect on the resulting potion. And it will take it the tier of the lowest common tier between those 2 ingredients. So if we put these 2 in, we can see that we have regenerate mana 2 because each of these has regenerate mana 2. If one of them had 3 and one of them had 2, the resulting potion would have 2 because it's the lowest common of those ingredients. And the flavors right now are an average of the flavors of the ingredients that you put in there. So this blue crystal is very high in sweetness at 0.8, and the Elder Mist is about 0.4, so we have an average of 0.6. And then we can just brew that potion. And right now it is instant. There might be a little bit of time or some animations, some effects. These aren't necessary for the prototype. We don't need to have that for right now. Do ingredients expire if you don't brew them into a potion? I don't think I will have that right now. I might have that as a hardcore option for players if they want, but the default experience will not be that hardcore. It's more like casual to mid-core is my audience for this. You brew the potion, it goes into your inventory, and in there you can see what the resulting potion is and the ingredients used, the effects that it has, and the flavor it has. Ignore the tag section. It's there as something we might use, but it isn't used right now. Just placeholder. And now this is where we trigger a NPC to arrive. This is where Blue Dick Boy comes in. So occasionally, but not commonly, because this is not a shopkeeping game. This is more of you take specialized commissions from the NPCs that occasionally come to your hut. We want them to have more meaning than just being blank faces and names, right? So you will want to learn about their history, talk to them, learn about the needs they have. Talk to them, just enjoy them, socialize with them. You can ask him what his story is, get some of his backstory, or just go right into asking what kind of potion he needs. And in this prototype, I've highlighted the needs that he has in blue here. How do you trigger the event? By leaving? Could you rephrase that question? So what triggers him to show up in the prototype is the completion of the tutorial to make any potion. But in the final game, it'll be... I guess I could explain it more with like the time that you're expected to do this. So I would say that an NPC is going to show up to your hut when you're playing the game once about every hour of gameplay. And that might be adjusted depending on how... It might be like 30 minutes to an hour, let's say. So kind of like the story, the narrative of this is that you are operating between... We'll keep the game open. We'll get back to it in a second. You are operating an alchemist hut between two larger kingdoms. Let's say that there's a lot of space in between these two kingdoms, right? And there's the road that goes through, and your hut is situated out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Bunch of forest around, right? Maybe I'll make it a different color, because that would be better. Blue is the forest, okay? These are blue trees. And other biomes, maybe like that desert or whatever. Who knows? You're out in the middle of nowhere. You are too far away to travel to the other cities, and you need to watch over the hut, because no one else is going to do it. So, infrequently, but still not like rarely, visitors show up on their way between these kingdoms, on their way to adventures. Maybe it's a local farmer from some village. They all have names, they all have stories, they all have goals and dreams in life, and you are a part of their lives. They are not a part of your life. You are not the hero. They are the heroes of their own stories, and you are somebody that they rely upon for potions or for remedies. And depending on how well you do with that, with providing them with their requests, it could alter the fate of their goals, of their adventures, of their dreams. So if you have a knight who comes by, you know, that knight in shining armor about to go on a quest into a dungeon, and he's looking for a healing potion, and he tells you that there's going to be some nasty skeletons in there, maybe a necromancer. You are expected to figure out what he wants because of that, almost like a puzzle. You are the expert at potion making here, not him. He's not going to tell you, I want regenerate mana 2, fortify block 3. You need to figure that out. You need to offer it to him and see what he thinks about it. And that can then determine the success of his adventure in this case. So if you give him kind of a weak healing potion, maybe he barely survives, but he's not very happy. If you provide him with poison and you tell him it's the healing potion, maybe you never see him again. And then maybe some other NPCs mentions how they went into that dungeon and they saw, some recently deceased knight and they looted his body or something, right? So it's very open-ended in the way that you want to help them and how you help them. But you are required to be the expert here. There's not going to be some objective on the screen that says make potion with this type and this flavor. It's going to be you need to read between the lines, figure out what they want in some cases, and even just ask them, like, hey, I'm going on this adventure. I know I need healing, but maybe you could help me. What are some potions that you can make that would help with this problem? And you can tell them, like, oh, I can make this and this, maybe this would help you. But tell me more about where you're going so that I can, make more educated guess, right? These are commissions, not a shopkeeping game. Sorry, I've been streaming for like 6.5 hours. You're gonna get some flubbed lines from me. Hopefully that makes sense, right? Like, you don't stock the shelves with things. You take requests and commissions that are very individualized, very specific, and some people you might be able to fool into giving potions that don't do what you say they do, and some people might see through those lies and have some knowledge of what like a poison smells like or tastes like, and if you try to give them something that isn't the poison that they're looking for, who knows? Give him a potion to get a stomach ache so he can't go to the dungeon and not get killed. You find a board near your hut where you could choose a task. We'll think about it, because I really want this to be narratively driven. where rather than choosing a task necessarily, you have to talk with the NPCs. And because of the infrequency that you meet them and the infrequency that you will see other NPCs in the game, like humans or sentient beings, let's say, you will want to talk to them and have some socialization in the game. I would say it's kind of an exploration of being alone and not having people around you. And, you know, what kind of goes through your mind when you haven't talked to somebody in a long time, but they're not a very nice person to talk to? Or you see that farmer who, you know, he kind of just complains about the weather all the time, but it's kind of amusing. And so it's kind of fun when he shows up. LLM AI? No. There won't be any AI in our game. No AI art, no AI generated voices, no AI generated dialogue. It's all going to be handmade, all handwritten. All of it. We might use it for like pre-production for prototyping, right? But there won't be any in the final product. Okay, so you talk to him. He tells you about what he wants. He wants a potion of unparalleled potency, crafted to restore the very essence of a weary mage. Prefer to have a nice sweet taste. Perhaps of honey if the request is not too difficult. So he kind of gives you a hint on that. Obviously, honey is sweet. Visitors show up randomly, but it will be based on specific story cues, right? So if you gave that knight poison and it was bad and it got him killed, he's not going to show up again, right? But it might trigger another NPC to show up that then comments about meeting that killed knight in the dungeon. Or it might trigger an NPC that was going to show up anyway, who also went to that dungeon to comment on it. So it's gonna be very finely crafted to enable the player to have exactly the cause and effect to reap the rewards or the consequences of their choices with the potions. Not only does it replenish mana, he also wants it to fortify health. So we can kind of get a sense here, and I've highlighted it blue for the purposes of prototype to help the player understand what the game's meant to be, because it is like a tutorial in this case. Kill all visitors with bad poison, the game is over. I mean, I guess you could kind of screw yourself over. We'll have to see how much we want the player agency to screw with the game, but if the player does it to themselves, I mean, we'll see what happens. So we can see he wants a nice sweet potion, replenishes mana, fortifies health. We can then ask him, like, what are you planning to use this potion for? Because maybe we can help him in some other way, right? You are a salesman as much as you are an alchemist. Maybe he will accept other potions for other purposes that he might have. You face villagers with pitchforks. That's when you throw fire potions at them. I look forward to the choices that people make. I think that's going to be what really draws people in to this kind of game. So he mentions he's going to the Whispering Catacombs, a labyrinthine dungeon rumored to be infested with creatures of venomous intent. Rumors speak of deadly serpents and spiders lurking within its shadowed recesses, their venom potent enough to bring even the hardiest adventurer to their knees. Yet, he has no intention of engaging these vile creatures in direct combat. His strategy is one of subtlety and stealth, and with the aid of his elixir, he shall bolster his magical reserves and fortify his health against any potential mishap. But he does wish he knew of a way to cloak himself with invisibility, because it would render him unseen and he could slip past them like a whisper in the night, securing the treasures of the catacombs without ever drawing their venomous gaze. So we can see here that he intends to go to a dungeon, and he's going to be facing spiders and serpents who are venomous, and he wishes that he could be invisible instead. So this gives us a hint about what we need to provide him. So much reading, it is. But remember, this is a uncommon occurrence, right? So this is to break up the monotony of your exploration. I'm gonna set it to daytime to make it a bit easier for myself. Alchemy BG3. I'm gonna set it to daytime. We're gonna do a little bit more exploring and get some additional ingredients, and then try to make his potion that he needs. I could also, if you want, just debug the ingredients. It's up to you guys if you just want to see me walk around a bit more and explore. I think this is better for the player than it is for the viewer in some cases at the moment. I should also say the ingredients in the world are placed by hand. They will be placed by hand so that the game is learnable and documentable, right? So that you can help other players and you can have that wiki get set up. It's not going to be randomly generated positions. We wanted to feel very catered and very careful. It's speedrunnable too, 100%. So when you see dead logs, you can expect mushrooms to grow there. When you have this little, nightshade haven, this is something that players can say, oh, if you need nightshade, check here because there is nightshade here, right? How long before he gives up on waiting? In this case, in the prototype, he will not leave. But you might have a case in the final game where they will wait at your hut for a certain time, and we will have a way for you to teleport back instantly with a special type of potion so that you don't have to be punished for being really far away. And if players want like some more hardcore type mode, we can make that like an option, but the default experience will be more meant for, like, again, casuals to mid-core. Hello, raccoon. So there are different biomes, of course, and different biomes have different ingredients. We have a beach here. The beach, you can find the seashells, the pearls, the stars at the moment. There's a desert biome that we've made just to showcase some of the differences in ingredients that you can find there. Some ingredients will only be available to harvest during certain weather patterns or at nighttime. What will animals be good for? So I'd like to prototype and test out the idea of cooking. And so animals will have both use in their parts for alchemy, but also for getting parts to make food that can provide buffs, or sometimes clients may request food while they're waiting for a potion to be made. You will kind of run like a bed and breakfast and alchemy service in a way. Animal fur, yeah. There'll be merchants that you can trade with, so you can sell off additional ingredients, or you can buy ingredients, or you can sell off some food or potions. That was a weird collision on that. I might have to fix that. Little piggy. And you'll notice here, I think the desert's a really good example of it because it's easier to see. But for instance, these green desert flowers that grow here, I think they're blue technically. Ignore the naming. They only grow on these rocks like this. So you have a very specific place where to find ingredients. These only grow by these large succulent plants. And being able to learn the world in that way, I think, is a really important aspect in rewarding the player for their observations. Additionally, and I think this is something you might be worried about, is that the player will have a encyclopedia of sorts, where all of their knowledge and what they learn and what they find is documented and memorable. In the prototype here, they will respawn after 48 in-game hours, and they only grow in certain seasons, but we don't have seasons set up yet, so this is more of a way to showcase what the final game will have without having that currently in the prototype. But they will respawn in the prototype. So when you find something, it's good to observe its the biome it grows in, the season it grows in, and you may want to do a harvest run before a season ends to get something to last you through the seasons that ingredient won't grow in. Kitchen makes me wait 48 real hours. Fuck, that's so true. That's so true. We'll balance it around. We don't want it to be hardcore, right? But I don't mind making it hardcore. Will you have a mini map, or is it not necessary? I wouldn't mind having one, and I wouldn't mind having a map that the player can pull up with fog of war, I guess you could call it, but just, you know, only showing the players the areas where the player has discovered. I think I like Elden Ring's map too, where you see locations based on landmarks. It's a landmark driven level design, right? I like that a lot. So I like having the names of like villages that are now destroyed, and the players can refer to it as that, or the big tower, the giant tree. But I admit I am not a level designer, so what I visualize as the final game having is not necessarily always visible in this prototype map, because I'm not very good at it. You name some place by Strava. I could do that. So, you know, this is where I would kind of, as the director on the project, I would sit down with the level designers or level design team and, you know, tell them what I envision. They can tell me if it's good or bad and what they think we should do instead. And then we can find some nice middle ground to achieve a really good feeling open world. There will be a fishing minigame, because of course I have to have a fishing minigame. There will be puzzles and secrets and places blocked off for the player that they will need to use their potions to unlock. So you might see some thick vines around an area, and you will have to, you know, throw some certain type of potion at it to break the vines down. So much work to do. Yeah, it is. It really is. Any backup plan if no funding for hiring a whole team? For this game's scope, honestly, I would have to trim down the idea significantly, or at least the level of quality that I want on it significantly, and then maybe it could be taken to like crowdfunding and with epic mega grants. And in that case, it is what it is. I think this year is going to be very difficult to get funding anyway, because of the just the state of the industry. So I'm going to be using my pitches in May more as a way to worst case determine whether or not this is something that publishers want, even if they may not have the money for it right now, or they want to see more of it. If that's the case, I'll wait. I'll keep working on it. We'll try it again in the future, like next year or something, right? If it's not something that they want, we'll take, you know, what we've learned from it from here, and we will push forward, and we will find other ideas to work on. The goal is to get a publisher, or at least find enough funding to make a team. But because we don't have seed funding, I doubt very much that there is any other option for us other than to get private investors or a publisher or grants. We could still go to Kickstarter too if we get a publisher. But I don't want to go to Kickstarter without a vertical slice, and our vertical slice is going to be our demo, a proper demo. I mean, I think I kind of just asked that, but I want to go to Kickstarter with something proper, a proper vertical slice. This is not a vertical slice. This is a prototype, and when the prototype is finished, it will be a first playable. We need funding to make our vertical slice in the way that I envision it, because it's just too large of an idea, and I don't want to misrepresent the game's idea to players, and I don't want players to I err on the side of caution, I guess is what I can say. I guess, how can I reword it in a way that sounds better? This is not representative of the... I can take this to early access, right? This is more complete, unfortunately, sadly, than some early access games. But I have not developed this in a way that is scalable. I am not a proper programmer. There's a lot of ways that I've developed myself into a corner, and I know that. And I've done it on purpose, because I know that that I would be spending 2 years if I wanted to try and build this up properly to be scalable. But the reason why we have this much done after only 60 days of development is because we are accepting the chaos, building ourselves into corners where we know we can, to try and get something playable and showable to make a pitch and a GDD from. And then we can scrap this, build up a proper project with people who know code architecture better than I do, so that it is scalable beyond what it is now, and we don't have to spend every other week refactoring a system. You have a timeline for when you need funding? No. No, I do not. But I want to make sure that when we have the funding, we can get started. And, you know, I'm not going to rush any of these time frames before they should happen. If I don't have a production plan or business plan ready when we are looking for funding, then I will just tell a publisher, like, hold on, let me get back to you in a month with a better plan here, and talk to some people to set up some, so that we have a producer from day one, and then we can start the funding, we can start getting this going. Let me rephrase, do you know how long do you have before you run out of money? That's a good question. I will say this, if I run out of money, that does not mean that the company is over. It just means I will make more money, and I will do it again. There is no scenario where I quit doing what I'm doing, but probably there's two things. If in May there's no interest in this game and we don't have a reasonable solution to get to the end of the year with something better, then the end of the year is probably where I will need to make a difficult decision about, do I need to go get another job and work on this on the side? Or do we think that we can get something out that will get us the money we need? And can we scale the scope back enough to find a way to make this game, even if it's not in as exceptional quality as we want it to be? Let's make this guy's potions too, while we continue to talk. So he needs a sweet taste, replenishing mana, fortifying health. So that's going to be obviously sweet in flavor, regenerate mana, and fortify health as primary potions. And you can see here in the tutorial, it says, NPC requires a single potion. You can talk to him again to try and figure out what he wants. You may also notice additional concerns or wishes he has, and you can make additional potions that target those concerns and wishes. So we make one primary potion, our main potion, to cover his commission needs, and any number of secondary potions that we can offer him to satisfy other needs he might has. Completely reasonable for me. I just live in parents' basement. Smart. So I plan for worst case solo dev and work my scope around that because time is relatively a non-issue and money is not a. If things get really bad, I will move back to the States, live with my parents. They love me, I love them, and I will continue to stream from there. They're not going to ask for rent. They might just ask for me to do chores, and it is what it is, right? But you know, I'm not going to. The problem with that is that it costs me a lot of money to move back home, and I have to pick up my entire life again, like I did the first time, and move it halfway across the world. So it's like, well, I'm here already. We'll do it from here, and if it doesn't go well, I have backups. But I will not stop. Microraptor will not stop. You cannot stop the raptor. So let's make the potion. We need sweeten taste, regenerate mana, fortify health, as best as we can get those tiers. So let's first sort by regenerate mana. Now remember, it's only going to show us what we have discovered. So while there may be other ingredients that have regenerate mana, when you change their state, right? When you grind it up, when you distill it, when you cut it up, we don't know that yet. So we can only see what we've discovered. Now we can send this to processing, so we can send this Cascade Star and see maybe there's a way to process this into something with better than regenerate mana 1. Maybe. We can do it with the blue crystal. Maybe there's a way to get regenerate mana 3 on it. And we can check the Elder Mist as well, because this has regenerate mana 2 on it as well. Let's start with the Elder Mist. Oh, unfortunately, cooking it will remove the regenerate mana, so we don't want to do that. Fermenting it lowers the regenerate mana, but it makes the paralysis better. We don't want to do that either. This removes the paralysis, but lowers the effect of the regenerate mana. It also adds restore health. Cut removes the resist poison. Oh no, it removes the regenerate mana. We don't want to do that. And I know it's a little bit hidden by the tutorial. I'll find a way to get around that. Ooh. Drying it gives us regen mana 3. We'll still have that paralysis though, which is unfortunate. But I think we can work around that. Because remember, the paralysis won't show up in the final potion unless we have another ingredient in there that has paralysis too. So we might be able to, I can actually send it this way by doing R. There are quick ways to move these between the stations I've set up. You can see that in the bottom right, but chat's kind of hiding it. But we can quickly send it between stations. So we can throw that in. Let's see, blue crystal doesn't have any negative effects, but maybe we can get it to, ooh, we will have regen mana 3 if we grind it up. Loses some of its sweetness, but I think it's worth it. Let's throw it in. Okay, we got regen mana 3, that's pretty good. And it is pretty sweet. Now we need fortify health. Let's send this back to the shelf and sort by fortify health. The blood leaf is good. It has fortify health too, but it has paralysis. And if we can't get the paralysis off, nope, then we don't want to do that. We don't want to paralyze the poor guy. No, not gonna work. Green desert flower. Maybe. It's got damaged stamina. We'll send it to processing to see if we can do anything with it. This has fortify health 2. Damaged stamina regen 2. Purple desert flower. That's got paralysis, so I'm gonna skip on that one. Toadstool's pretty good. You also get to choose to heat, boil, desaturate the potion. I'm considering ways to do things with the potion, like the raw fluid after you're done with it, and maybe turn it into different things, but this is very much going to depend on, for me, gameplay percentages. So how much of the time do I want the player to be spending making potions, and how much time is the player spending making potions? Same with mixing. These are things that I want, but we need to explore. So I can't guarantee them yet. This is just the first iteration of the alchemy, and we'll see what we can do afterwards. Okay, so let's try to get Fortify Health as high as we can. That's got Fortify Health 4. That's pretty fucking good. I like it. Once this is done, I'll explain to you guys how the scoring system works, because it's all done in the background, right? When you give a potion to somebody, you don't know how well it's going to suit their needs. You kind of need to wait. And we do determine that in the background with some pretty heavy data calculation, and I'll explain how that works because I kind of like it. I'm pretty proud of how it works. Let's see if we can get Fortify Health 3 or 4. This has 3. This has 3, but it would remove the resist magic. If you play Potion Craft a little bit. And I do like how that's done. And one of the reasons, like one of the ways that I wanted this potion system to stand out compared to its competition, I guess you could say, or just other games similar to it, is I really like manipulating the ingredients in 3D. Like with your hands, actually moving the ingredients, and in the future processing them by cooking them over a little grill or cutting them up. To me, that's really fun. I'm gonna distill the pink flowers. We're gonna try that. Send that to alchemy. Awesome. We get resist magic 2 on here too from the blue crystal. And I will say, yes, additional things are important. If Harry Potter potion making is 100% one of the inspirations as well. Because I really love it. Every time I read, I've read it like 20 times and I'm spacing on the name. Don't say it, don't say it. Half-Blood Prince. Every time I read that, I love the potion sections. I think that this system is really cool, and it hasn't been, I don't know, I just wish there were more, I wish there was more potion making in Harry Potter. I love it so much. So we have at least what we think are the necessary effects that the individual needs, right? We have Regenerate Mana, we have Fortify Health, and we even have Resist Magic on there. It could be a bit sweeter, and we could also see if we can take advantage of additional effects on here that would make the potion even better. Leave my work, have a nice weekend, see you. Yeah, see you, man. Thank you so much for showing up, and hope to see you again. So we can see, like, we have Regenerate Mana, Resist Poison. We don't have Resist Poison on the potion. So maybe we could find something with Regenerate Stamina and Resist Poison. That's also sweet. But this is extra, right? We don't have to do this. But by doing this, we can, I guess, express ourselves as better potion makers and make something that's beyond the scope of what the NPC wanted. So let's try to look for something with Resist Poison, right? This has Regenerate Stamina, just like this, but it's probably not very sweet. It's all right. It wouldn't hurt it because it's 0.5, right? And we take the average. So because this is above the average, above what we have currently in the potion, it will raise it slightly. Let us send it to processing and see if we can do anything with it that will increase the regenerate stamina or the resist poison. We should also see if we have anything currently in our Cauldron that has damage mana, because if so, it's going to have that negative effect. We do not. Ooh, this has regenerate stamina 3 and resist poison 1. It lowers the sweetness a little bit, but I think it'll be okay. And now we have an absolutely stacked potion here that should be pretty great for the individual. I like it. We will call this his Blue Dick Boys Elixir. It's perfect. I like it. So now we can offer this potion to him, and this fulfills the main commission request. But if we remember, he mentioned that he's going to a dungeon and had some fears about running into some poisonous enemies, and also he wishes he could be invisible. So we can make additional potions that we can offer him that will suit these needs specifically. People are already dead from starvation. Okay, so this is one of the things I talked about, why I want to have like a cooking system. So you can tell them that they're, hey, it's, near nighttime. Maybe you want to camp outside of my hut, and I will prepare the potion for you while you're waiting. And if you want to give me some extra gold, I can make you a meal. So you can do this, and you can use that time to learn more about them while the potion is brewing, or just talk to them and learn more about them if you'd like. You can engage with the story if you want, or the characters if you want, or you can just play the game and, give them the potions, right? Engage with as much lore as you want, kind of thing. So, we can provide this to him. We can give him this, this was our previous potion. We can give him this potion and select it as our main potion, but we're going to make additional potions for him that target anything related to poison and invisibility. So we can see in the hints here, only one single main potion can be given for each commission in the prototype, but any number of secondary potions can be given to try and satisfy additional needs beyond the scope of the commission itself. Asterisk, thank you so much for the follow.
So, you heard anything about any
Bounty hunters.
bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. Let me play some music while we're waiting. Perfect. Can the NPC use the potion on other entities in the story? I'd say what we do with the potions once we give them to the NPCs, we can leave up to the writers. At that point, it will be entirely up to the writers to make interesting stories surrounding the usage of the potions or the commission itself, right? So I would say anything is on the table once the player gives the NPC the potion. So let's see, we have Cure Poison and Resist Poison as poison-related effects. We also have Invisibility, of course. So let's try to we can make either one potion where we try to put all these effects in there, or we can make separate potions in this case. Only the commission potion requires that we have all of those commission requirements met. The additional effects we can put into separate potions. So this is a bit easier, right? Because we can just make a Cure Poison potion, just a Resist Poison potion, and just an Invisibility potion, and give them to him separately. And we run less risk of having negative effects on there. He doesn't care about the flavor in this case either with these potions. So we can find like Cure Poison. Okay, let's send to Alchemy. And Red Desert Flower, okay, send to Alchemy. What does this one look like? Resist Poison, Restore Health. Cure Poison, Restore Health. Easy. Good. Done. But you have to consider, too, that Obviously, for the prototype, it's very easy to find the things you need, but maybe it's a long walk to get to the desert in this case, and using the red desert flower maybe you want to hold on to it. Maybe it's not the right season for it. Maybe you're in winter. This thing only grows in the fall, and you forgot to harvest some. So maybe you want to try and find another ingredient that you can process that is more plentiful, or that grows in the winter, so that you don't waste a valuable resource that you might need for another commission. For now, though, we'll just put this as Cure Poison Potion. Are you balancing gameplay time for exploring and completing commissions? It will depend on, I would say for me, the frequency with which NPCs show up, the difficulty of their commissions. I 100% agree, though, that seems like the biggest friction. And how much the player has to do in the open world. You know, this is going to be a big... This is a big question, but we've already put this into our gameplay pillars. And you just make a mental note, too, that I'm explaining how the system works. And so I'm spending a lot more time doing this than you probably would in the final game, right? And as you learn it, too, it becomes easier. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Gameplay, nope, we want this one. So we have our gameplay pillars here that we made previously, and these were my gameplay percentages and estimates. This is what I want the player to spend their time doing, plus minus 10% at the moment. Roughly 25% of the time spent doing alchemy, 15% of the time talking to NPCs, and 60% of the time in open world. So these are my goals in the prototype. And then we can balance it from there and see, like you mentioned, potentially like mixing potions or doing things with them after you have the fluids made. This is going to depend on how much time the player is already spending doing potions. And I don't want that to take too much time. And by the way, these are all available on our Discord too. So if you ever want to see our gameplay loop or our gameplay pillars, it's all there. Based on that, it makes sense to me to be able to make potions anywhere. Potentially, but we'll see. We'll see. I like the hut being the player's kind of, their base of operations, right? But we'll see, we'll see. Resist poison. Let's see. We did use the bullet before, and that did have resist poison on the cooked version. Also, it's pretty plentiful, so we can try that again. Or let's cook it first. Process, cook, send back over. Elder Mist Dried has it. Flowering Bush has it. And that's really plentiful. Yeah, let's send it over. This didn't have any negative effects, so this should be a nice, clean resist poison potion. I will say, though, that the game is intended to be slower paced, right? Invisibility is the final one. Now, I know Ghostweed, because I designed these, is really good at invisibility, but we do have that weakness to magic and fear. Maybe we can bolster the invisibility and remove one of those. This has invisibility 3, so if we can get invisibility 3 on the Ghostweed, perhaps we can make an invisibility 3 potion. No, only invisibility 1. Can I get invisibility 3 from anything here? Woody Nightshade, maybe, but the Nightshade has an awful lot of negative effects. Visibility 1, visibility 1. No invisibility if we dry it. Nope. Nope. So the best we're gonna get is invisibility 2. And I think this had it, no, it didn't have it default. The purple crystal had a default. So we'll send over the ghost weed. Or I think it's already over there. No, it's not. Send to alchemy, send to alchemy. Visibility 2, it's good. No negative effects. Invis potion. So we have the 3 potions we want to give him now. Or the 4, actually, I think, right? Yeah, the 4 potions we want to give him. We can give him the potions. Let's see, this is the main potion. This is a Blue Dick Boy's elixir, right? So NPCs, again, usually require a main potion. You can select one potion to be considered as the potion that fulfills or attempts to fulfill the main potion requirements. Any other potions you attempt to barter with will be considered secondary and can be used to satisfy any potential secondary potion needs. Yes, the game will have bartering, not the prototype, because there's no gold usage right now, so. This is now a secondary potion with the Cure Poison, Resist Poison as secondary, and the Invisibility. So we can confirm this and give him these potions as part of the commission, and he's going to go off and do his adventure. Have fun, buddy. So he's off to do it. He will be back in about 10 minutes, and this is time that we can spend to explore, to do other activities. We've just started to add other activities to the game, right? Because we wanted to complete the gameplay loop first. We did complete the gameplay loop. Now we're adding in other things like the potion combat, the fishing, puzzles, other things that the player can interact with beyond just running around and collecting ingredients, because that's boring. So one of the things that I mentioned here is that, you know, try looking at this dead tree outside your hut, right? So we do have this this dead mystical tree, and we can, it needs healing, right? So we can interact with it to attempt healing. For the prototype, we show that we can heal it with a potion that has Regenerate Health 1 on it. And I don't think we have one. We have Regenerate Mana 2. Also, I just caused a big problem. Ignore that. Ignore that. There's a bug that I have to fix. I promise I can get things back where they were. Is there anything that forces the player to go back to the hut, or could they infinitely stay in adventuring gameplay? The NPCs would force them. And potentially if they wanted to harvest ingredients from their little farm, or learn about ingredient effects from their... We're getting into other things, but primarily the hut is the place where the player kind of lives and breathes. Now, there was a small bug here that I need to fix eventually. Let me write this down because that's kind of sad. Opening potion inventory. I'll add dead tree causes. Overlap issues. Probably also happens here. Yes, I need to fix that. Uh-oh. Don't worry, we can easily get back to the place you were at before. NPCs only show up at the hut. They will... Sorry guys, just punched you. Fuck, take that, chat. They will only show up and walk to the hut. Like that's where they are. They're coming to you to seek a commission. They don't know where you are out in the world, so you'll have to come back to the hut. Let me cheat real quick because I found a bug and it was locking me out of interacting with things. I need to make the potions I made again. Can somebody help me and tell me what we used to make that? Shit. Damn it. Just wasted a lot of time. Wait, I can look at my own VOD. Twitch TV Microraptor Game /videos / sorry. Look at how meta this is. Okay, hold on. Okay, I see it here. I can see it. Don't worry, we can get back to where we were. Okay, dried elder mist. Ground blue crystal. Cooked toadstool. Distilled blue flowers. Wait. That's not blue flowers, that's pink flowers. And cooked bullet. Sorry, chat, I found a bug. It locked me out of having input. I know. You can write the bad reviews now. BDB, main one, Blue Dick Boy. Okay, the second one was Red Desert Flower. Normal. And Flame Fin Starfish, normal. The good thing is we bugged it out the moment that he left, so we're not gonna lose too much time on this. I'm not gonna name these even. We're just gonna speed run. Okay, flowering bush normal and bullet cooked. Where's my flowering bush? Any percentage. Yeah, this bugs any percentage. That happens, right? I'm actually pretty good about fixing bugs as they appear. I really don't like bugs in my games. It's fucking annoying. We're gonna have a zero bug policy when we enter production, which is a little. It doesn't sound the way that it is. It sounds a little bit pretentious and naive, but I promise that it's different thing than it actually is. Let me skip to the. Okay, we're gonna let him get here. I can explain it while he's showing up. So, a zero bug policy is a type of methodology in software development, and we're gonna use it for game development too, where we prioritize fixing bugs over adding new features. There's a lot of benefits to this, but in short, it's going to make builds more stable, QA's job more easier, and make adding new features a lot more stable for the production. All right, let's give him the potions. This is our main. That looks right. Regenerate mana, fortify health. Cure poison, resist poison, invisibility. Yes. Okay, so like I was saying, you can go up to this tree and it's dead, it needs healing, there's nothing special here, but it kind of looks interesting, it looks special, right? So let's make a regen health 1 potion, at least regen health 1. And we'll see if we can heal it up. That's got regen health, and maybe the toadstool. Yeah, there's a lot of nasty stuff on that. Yeah, that works. Get red. So we can attempt to heal it with that, and if we do that, it will succeed, and we have regrown the tree. And we can see that upon regrowing it, it has spawned some new ingredients for us around the sides of the tree itself. So, you know, this is one quick way that I can showcase to publishers, like, hey, you can use your potions for NPCs, yes, you can also use them to affect the world around you in different ways, one of those ways being healing it or causing problems. This is how version control system works. Your working version without bugs stay intact until you have tested the new feature. Theoretically, yes. Unfortunately, a lot of game dev does not work that way. I mean, and you can just look at like any games that release in super buggy states, right? Like, how did they get to this point? I mean, there's a million reasons, right? But one of those reasons can be that they just let bugs spiral out of control, and they were forced either by publishers or investors to reach feature milestones before they had actually properly stabilized the features that they had already made. Yeah, this is, you know, one additional thing you can do with your potions is to heal and affect the world around you. Obviously, in the future, we'll be probably just throwing potions at it instead of interacting with it, so I can remove a menu that way and make the world a bit more immersive. It's like, fuck it, take that, tree. 11 p.m. I gotta sleep. Can you wait for the NPC to show back up, or do you really have to sleep? I can spoil it for you too. I don't want to make you too tired. But I like talking with you. You want to go on a date sometime, chat? You guys want to just turn this into a dating? Should we speed date? I'm not gonna. Okay, I can't. I'm not gonna speed date. Press fast forward. I can't press fast forward, although I probably should. Let me put it this way. So there are 5 different endings you can get based on the potions you give him. Yada yada yada. We use complex formula to determine whether the potion you gave him meets and or exceeds his expectations. So negative effects hurt the score, positive effects help the score. Any effect over a requested tier, which you can't see, of course, helps boost that score too. And so we use that to determine whether or not he reaches one of the 5 possible endings. Basically, you give him shit, he is almost near death, and he is pissed at you. You give him really good stuff like we have here. We spent time making sure we got him everything that he needed. He will be really happy with us and bring us back some exclusive ingredients from the dungeon that he went to. So ingredients that he can't, that we can't find in our world, in our prototype world. What if their expectations are unreasonable? So we use the same scoring system, right? So I can explain it some other time, because it does just require a lot of talking. But we basically use a scoring system to determine whether or not the player has met or not met the commission requirements. And we can tie those endings, so we can tie that score to anything narratively that we want. For instance, if some asshole comes in requesting poison, and he's like, don't ask me what it's for, I need this poison, I need it really strong. And you refuse to give him the potion. Technically, that is a failure to complete that commission. It would result in a 0 on that score. However, narratively, getting a 0 on that may result in something good happening. Like somebody isn't killed, like maybe a king isn't poisoned and dies. So, you know, the success or failure in this case is, it's really up to the writers to determine, do we want the success to mean something good or bad? Do we want the failure to mean something good or bad in this case? So if expectations are unreasonable, you can still try to meet that commission as best as possible, and we can still use the score that you get to determine a narrative outcome that is good or bad. So, you know, it's kind of just up to the writers to determine what do we want to do with this NPC and this commission, and how do we want to reward or fail the player's experiences. How many possible outcomes do you plan to have per situation? I plan to have, to me, no more than like 5 primary outcomes, but we can have additional dialogue or you know, some lines added if you give him something with a particular effect. So, or it doesn't have the right flavor or something, right? But I think 5 is a pretty good outcome to look for, where there's just those 5 outcomes, and again, it's up to the writers to determine narratively if it's good or bad, right? It is pretty big scope, yeah. That's why we have to have a vertical slice, and we need to determine from the vertical slice how expensive is it to make one of these NPCs with the scope that we have. Broke Shadow Tech, thank you for the follow. But that's exactly what the vertical slice is for, right? Is where we determine scope, we determine how much it's going to cost to reach full end of production, and we can scale it down from there if we need to, or ask for more funding. But that's also where we can determine, okay, it's too expensive to have this all voice acted, or it's too expensive to have 5 endings. Let's do 4 endings. I like the animals. They're doing well. I did change the nav meshes, so I'm really hoping that Blue Dick Boy does not get stuck. And I'm really curious to see if he will or not, so. Let's hope he doesn't, otherwise I'll have to fix that. The game is a branch and dialogue system since you can possess humans. Different people say different things depending on who you can possess, so a village of 10 can have... Oh, he walked past us while we were talking. Okay, never mind. Total of 110 dialogue branches minimum. Jesus. Wow. Had to find a middle ground, yeah. I'd rather reach for that larger scope and just see how it feels. You know, do it with one NPC. And based on that, we can then determine how expensive it's going to be for... And we can scale back then to like, okay, this is going to be really expensive. Let's not do 30 NPCs, let's do 20. Or if we take it to Kickstarter, we can have stretch goals, right? Like we can say, this is why it's so expensive. This is about how much it takes to do a new NPC. If we reach the stretch goal, we can add in another 5 NPCs, right? But the better we do prototype, the better we handle vertical slice. And the better our vertical slice, the more we can understand how expensive this game is going to be to make fully. Okay, so he is very happy, of course. I'm going to skip the dialogue. This prototype, by the way, is fully available on our Discord for free. You can stream it. You can do what you want with it. There's no NDA. You can play it. You can tell me what you think if you want. You don't have to tell me what you think. So if you want to read more about this, but let's just say I reached the best ending because I provided the potions he needed to the best of my ability. And he is going to give me some ingredients that he found well in that dungeon. So some snake eyes, snake scales, spider hearts, some spider stingers, and these are really good ingredients. Visibility 3, fortify carry weight 3. I mean, this is really great for poisons, damage, health, paralysis, and slow. It's great. Mind if there's 5 outcomes per NPC and you have 20 NPCs, you may have done 100 outcomes, but players still only experience 20. And that's okay. If I can ask, was the foliage and road made with a PCG? No. I hand-placed and hand-drew all of the landscape and the trees and everything in about 14 days, I think. We made the open world and placed all the ingredients. 2 days of that we spent with some of like the data. But this was my first time also ever making a level and working with the foliage system, so I was pretty slow with it at first. We can continue to explore. So, you know, I could force, if we really wanted to test out those different outcomes, I could force the score to be something. But there are 5 different outcomes you can get, and the worst 2, he's not going to bring you back any ingredients because he's pretty mad that you almost got him killed. Yeah, I'm okay with the player only experiencing a portion of the game. I'm okay with that. I want to encourage people to be interested in either watching other playthroughs or playing it through themselves again. So it may not be a long game, but it will have some different ways that you can play it and experience different outcomes. Again, it depends on scope, and scope is going to depend on cost. And that's why we're prototyping it, so we can find how much it might cost to get us to vertical, and when we make our vertical, we can then go back and see how long it's going to take to get to full production, and how much we can actually add into the game. I would say, like, scope and cost we don't know yet, because we need to determine those at separate stages. Once I'm done with the first playable here, I need to sit down with a producer and share the vision, and we need to and share the GDD with him or her, and we need to figure out what we need, how many people we need, and how much time we need to get to vertical. And then once we have the vertical done, we can then do another analysis of how much is this going to cost us. This is not a small game, it is not a small scope, but that's okay. I'm not planning to do it alone. I'm just planning to get this kick-started alone, right? This get this prototype off the ground and get it funded alone. And then we can start to build that team and get things going. Hopefully that makes sense. Sorry, I've been waffling on for a long time. Yeah, that's generally the tutorial as it is right now. And we're going to continue adding on to it, especially some variety into the open world. Different things for the player to enjoy and engage in. Yeah, we will pivot if we need to. It is what it is. We need to be flexible, and if this is just going to end up, which it might, being just too expensive to make at the level that I want to make it, we're fine. We're fine. We can change things up. Fewer endings, fewer NPCs, shorter game. Make the world smaller. It's okay, and we will of course scale the price accordingly to that. So you don't have to be worried that we will scale it down but keep the price something crazy. It's all going to depend on. We finish this. I make the GDD. I get a producer, somebody with a lot of experience. We make the budget, and we determine whether or not a publisher is willing to fund that vertical slice development at that budget. And we won't. It's of course we don't get all of our money from publisher, right? We can get some from like Epic Mega Grants, from private investors, from players through Kickstarter. But again, I'm very hesitant to go to Kickstarter before vertical slice. So yeah, exactly. There's always different things we can add. It's like, if the cooking system, just fuck it. If that's going to cost us additional money, cut it. Save it for a sequel, save it for some other game. Make Cooking Chronicles, I don't know, same universe but different idea. Maybe you run a tavern. You make cocktails for people, who knows. But that is kind of serious, by the way. My dumbass is fully expecting you only get money from sales. No. Like, I'm an indie dev right now. It's just, I wanted to start the company in a different way. I didn't want to receive seed funding or, get purchased by a, what's the word? An investment group. There's a better word for it. I can't think of it right now, because that would be just like, oh man, my expectations for me, every indie dev is gonna have something different, right? And some people just want to be that solo, self-found kind of thing, and they don't want to get a publisher. They just want to go there, have their fun, do what they want, and not be beholden to anyone. And that is respectable. I could not respect that more. I'm looking to build like a team of about 10 to 15 full-time individuals and just work and stay that size always. Modeled more like the Supergiant kind of thing, right? That's the golden holy grail of where I see our team kind of ending up at some point, 10, 20, 30 years from now. small, focused, exceptional team making good games that are easily enjoyable, things like that. Mostly learn to not rely on anyone. I mean, it happens, right? So I had a lot of pushback from individuals and like family members and some friends when I started this. They weren't mean about it, but they were just worried for me. And I just told them something simple. I said, I'm going to try and get people together. I know this is the most difficult part of it is getting this started. But I'm not going to stop if somebody who joins me stops. I'm going to keep going, and if somebody wants to join in and keep going with me, I love it. I'm all there for it. But I'm not going to let somebody else's schedule or ability to work on my game with me determine whether or not I work on the game. I'm going into this expecting to be the only one working to get this to the point of pitching and funding. And I'm okay with that. But getting, like you said, getting people on board and keeping them on board, especially without funding right now, I consider it impossible, even though it is proving to not be completely impossible. I have some very wonderful and amazing friends, very talented friends, who understand the position we're in and know that they have a place in the team if we get the funding, and especially if they help me get the funding by helping out. Not everybody's in the same financial position as me. Not everybody's willing to destroy their bank account for their dreams. I understand that. I am willing to do that. It is what it is. I'm going for it. Oh yeah, a lot of people get hyped at the beginning and then they just kind of, the reality sets in. To me, and I've been in that position in the past before, right? With other people who were very knowledgeable, who seemed very interested, and then they had to take a break for personal reasons and they never returned. And it destroyed me. It was terrible. I lost all of my interest. I didn't think I could do it. And I probably couldn't at that point, but yeah. It happens. So this time, I said, I don't give a fuck. No offense intended to the people, but I'm going to work on this. Shut up, don't tell me I can't. If you want to help out, I'd love to have it. If you don't, no problem. But you are not going to stop me. Simple as that. Hey, Bird 5. Or is it birds? Are you Bird 5 or are you birds? That's the most important question of the hour. And I hope my mentality doesn't, upset anyone, but really, if you're making a game like this with this kind of scope in mind, you can't let anything get in your way. Whatever you want, man. No worries. What's up? How you doing today? Happy Friday. Learn to balance it. I have an open door policy and just let anyone help. Yep. Don't expect them to stay on. 100% agree. Also make it a point to not chase anyone. Yeah. I had some great people I tried to reach out to and they were like, well, I can't do it because I don't have the money. It's like, bro, I understand. Just do you. And you know what? If you ever get the point, if you're ever at a point in the future where you want to help out and you can spare that, or you have a weekend, I'd love it. But you do you, I'm gonna do me. My door is always open. Yo, Oliverius, how you doing? I like this prototype world. It's pretty good. I like it. Dev on UE5? Yes, this is UE5. And I'm just kind of jumping around. We've kind of accomplished everything we wanted to do today. We added some animals. They're pretty bare at the moment, but I think they do a pretty good job. Played around with in-game scenes, like cutscenes or cinematics. I have quite a number of people helping, even if it's just taking a look and brainstorming. Yep, building a website, all kinds of stuff. It's amazing, isn't it? Cutscenes, yes. I would say no. I don't know too much about in-game cutscenes, But maybe somebody in the stream does, if you have a specific question or issue. That'd be too late for the stream, but made it. How's game dev going gone today? It was great. We added a whole bunch of animals. They are animated. They currently just run away from the player if they get too close. And then they go back to idling and walking around. We can work on making them a bit more complex. But they're pretty fun for now. And eventually the player will be able to throw some potions at them. We have some different kinds. We have some snails too. We pretty much just added Pokemon at the moment, yeah. There's one of the snails. Just very basic for now. We will improve upon them. There's some issue with the AI right now that I'm having one of my friends look at. But he's going to do that a bit later. I have to push this to main first. Yeah, you know what? Great talking. Thank you so much for hanging around. I'm sorry I kept you a bit later. Sleep well, and I will see you hopefully next week. I might stream on the weekend, but it will be just gaming. I won't be doing any work on the weekend. For the health. And because I like playing games. And you can't stop me from doing it. You can't tell me no, Mom. I'm an adult. I can play games if I want. Damn it. He's gone where I can't, in the water. Crystal Cavern Pack. It is not a pack. It was part of the... I think I got these from the Dreamscape Tower pack. Do the Dreamscape Tower, Dreamscape Meadows. They have a really nice stylization. Cave is pretty. Well, thank you. Cute. It is cute now. It's good, man. Thank you. I will say, like, everything visual you say here is just placeholder for the prototype. So we will be replacing all assets with our own stuff. But that'll be with vertical slice development. During my time, work and stream all day, every day. God damn. So feel free to drop by for a chat. Would love to. Hope I can see you around, especially on the weekend. Eat a pet snail. Okay, so we won't be doing a pet snail necessarily, but our plan is to have a pet slime that the player can feed ingredients to learn more about that ingredient. So like discover an effect, discover some of the flavor, and it will have different reactions depending on which effect it's discovered. So that's like one of the cute immersive ways that the player can learn more about an ingredient in the full game. Pet slime. And he's gonna slime up the walls and he's gonna be like a really happy puppy or cat. When you get home, he's gonna be like zooming around the walls and saying hi to you. He says hi to all the new people that visit. Stuff, good stuff. Pitch goes well. Do you have a team to work on the game or just you? There will be a team. I need to get some people on board. I have some people that they're like, if you get the funding, I'm 100% in. And I would love to have them. But I need to find a couple people like an art director and a producer. I think I have QA covered, level design covered. I need to get some environment artists on board because I think that's going to be really important to the game. Animators and a writer. 3D modelers. We'll see. Sound designer. Looking for like 10 to 15 people full time for this project. Marketplace is amazing for indie devs. Yeah, it is. It's really great for prototyping too. Just to get yourself off the ground and to test an idea. It's amazing. I can hang out with you guys for like 10, 15 more minutes and then I gotta get going. Captain Kratos, thank you for the subscription.
You've heard the terminology cyberspace, the web, hard drive, the internet. Today we want to explore cybersex in cyberspace.
Captain Kratos just resubscribed for 1 month.
I love that one. I love that one. Thank you so much, man. All the money that we make on this channel, by the way, goes towards the development of this game, so it really is appreciated. We use it to you know help out with assets or to get people on board to do some like the artwork and stuff like that. Do I make games using bought assets? Is that fine, or is it something to try and avoid? Yes and no. Number one, I think just being transparent with your community is really important if you've used bought assets and why you use them. Number two, if you use bought assets like rocks or trees, I think it's a bit more okay than buying like systems to some extent. Because usually if you're buying systems, you probably don't know how to make that system yourself. And they can be very rigid and hard to work with each other, right? They may not be very modular. And the same thing can be said with the art, but I would say more so with systems. So if you buy like I'll just use my game as an example. If I buy like an alchemy system and the fishing system and inventory systems, they may not work well with each other, and they may be very hard to modify to work well with each other. So because of that, they may cause bugs, and it may cause a lot of delay in time to fix those issues or to even solve them if they are solvable, because it could require a full refactor. So the same thing can be said with the art, where they may not be very optimized, they may not have the right LODs, and you would get a lot of varying quality in these assets. So just know that what you're getting is the least optimal solution next to having nothing at all. You have nothing, you have purchased assets, and then you have, in-house assets. It's better than nothing. It's worse than something you've made yourself, in my opinion. Especially with systems, like you said, you're not going to buy systems, but you don't know how those systems were made. You don't know the right files to look in to fix a problem. You don't know their quirks, their kinks, whether they're like feet or whatever. And so you need to be aware of that. And I think telling players what you used is probably the smartest thing to do if you do use those. And look at like the day before, right? The day before was a game made entirely by purchased assets and purchased systems that were hammered together. They made a trailer that looked pretty decent with those and fooled players. And then what do you get? You get a buggy game with super inconsistent art and gameplay direction, and it doesn't even work. So yeah, just be careful, I would say. It is pretty shit. It is pretty shit. But then again, a lot of developers I know that are very, very, very experienced at what they do, they're like, you know what? We don't need to model this rock. Let's just buy a quick rock pack. I can retexture it if needed, but just find something with good LODs. We'll use it for this new level. It's fine. Nobody's gonna know. Yeah, my voice is going, chat. My voice is dying. I'm dying. I might stop by the store and buy a computer case because I think that the one I bought is not ever going to arrive. I think that's so annoying. We'll see. Yeah, it happens. Thank you so much, guys, for showing up. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Have a great weekend. If you're interested, this weekend, I'll quickly go over the schedule. I will be playing Pacific Drive. I know that's kind of a slower game. You may not be interested, but if you are, I will be probably playing this on the weekend a bit. The driving game with mixed with stalker anomalies and stuff like that. Pretty fun. And we can talk a bit more there about whatever. And then next week, I will have Monday off because it's my fiance's birthday. 3 days of Chronicles and then Dragon's Dogma 2 for as long as it takes to enjoy that. And then the last day of every month, we do a Kickstarter review stream. So we go on Kickstarter and look at the currently active video game projects, and we drink some alcohol, and we shit on the scams, on the frauds, on all the bullshit, the ChatGPT written Kickstarter games, because trust me, there are a lot of them. And we also find the hidden gems that are like, okay, this is a good game. This is gonna blow up. We should support this one. The AI games. What is the game name? The game name is Pacific Drive. It has a demo, I believe. Or it did. I don't know if it still does. It did. It does not anymore. That's kind of weird. I would keep the demo. If you make a demo, keep the demo. But really good game, and we are kind of in the later stages of the game, so really fun. Yeah, we're gonna be enjoying the Alki a bit and Kickstarter reviews on the last weekday of every month. So, because this month is Saturday and Sunday, the end of the month, so it'll be on the 29th. But yeah, thank you for this. Thank you for showing up, guys. Thank you so much, Mercenary Mage, for the raid earlier. I don't know how many of you came from his stream, but thank you so much. I'll have to spread the love to you sometime. But he's always streaming before me, so I can never raid him. Thank you, Captain Kratos, for the subscription. Really, that means a lot. And thank you, everybody, for the fart reverb sounds and all of the follows. Hopefully I'm earlier to the stream next time, yeah. Hopefully. I really love talking with you guys. You guys make this project and game dev in general so much more interesting. I love that I'm not working for a company where they would tell me I can't share this because it's part of the NDA. It's gonna fuck over the game. No. I'm sharing my game. We're building it with the community. So, thank you so much, guys. I will see you on the weekend if you want for gaming, or if you want to see just more game dev, you can catch that next week, Tuesday, because I have Monday off. That's it. I don't want to waffle. Okay, I can waffle a little bit. Number one, we have a YouTube channel where if you want to see any previous days of development, we have the YouTube channel. You can see the link below in stream or type ! YouTube in chat. We have a Discord channel where I share builds for the game. So if you want to play builds that I make for the game, you can download them there and you can talk about game dev and gaming there. It's very, very, very casual and low key there. There's not like a million rules. Just don't type like the N-word in chat, please, or something. Just be cool, right? And you can get that with ! Discord or the Discord link below. What else? We have a Twitter. You can follow us there. I mainly right now I just post like when we're going live, but I also do post some like updates about our game. So that'll get more active as we become more active as a company. And I'm gonna try to like hire other people that will stream too. Let me explain. When we start to hire people for Microraptor to work on the game, I think we will have people other than me streaming. So you might see like a 3D modeler for us streaming, or a level designer streaming, you know, just to get some variety and share the names and faces behind this game beyond just me. Who wants to see that all the time, right? So yeah, that's it. I'm gonna get going. I'll see you guys on tomorrow, hopefully. I don't know what time. It may not be the same time, but just if you really want to check it, just check our Discord and you'll get a notification there. You can add yourself to the Raptor squad. Be a good human. Rule 2, do not break rule number 1, pretty much. Just be nice. Just like do what you want, but just be nice. Thanks for the stream. Take care, TD Zombie. Thank you so much for the follow, and it was nice talking to you. Bye guys. Bye, Oliverius, Asterisk, Brandon. Always great seeing you too. PRWWE. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but you can yell at me later for it. August 16th. So great seeing you, and I would love talking to you too. I know you went to bed. Bird5 or Birds. Awesome person too. Thank you so much, everybody. I will see you later. Bye bye. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. Stay warm. Don't buy Battlefront Remastered. Buy Helldivers or Vampire Survivors or Power World, anything other than whatever they did to that game, to your childhood. Don't do it to yourself. Save the money. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.